Well, welcome everyone, and let's call the meeting of the SUNY Erie Board of Trustees, October 29, 2020, in order.
Shall I call the roll?
Yes, please.
And first, before I do so, welcome, Madam Chair. We are delighted that you're at the helm, and thank Len again for his past support as chair, but we're excited about your new term of leadership. So thank you for agreeing to serve.
Congratulations.
Yes, for the roll then, Todd Hobler,
Here.
Lenahan,
Here.
Kate Masiello, I am here. Carrie Phillips,
Here.
Jeff Stone,
Here.
Susan Swartz, expected, Denise Wilson,
Here.
and Travis Poling.
Here.
We have a quorum, and can I just ask everybody to mute if they're not speaking? Thank you.
Before we go on with the agenda, I just wanted to introduce Travis to everyone. Travis, this is your first meeting, correct?
Correct.
Let's get everyone muted first, because I hear just a lot of people. Okay, maybe that's a little better. So we would like to introduce to everyone Mr. Travis Poling, who is our new student trustee. He has already been so involved, even though this is his first official Board of Trustee meeting. And Travis, I know you've done this a few times, but if you wouldn't mind just giving us a little introduction.
Yeah, absolutely. Hi, everyone. I'm Travis Poling. Excited to be a part of this. Kind of give you a little background of me as a student. This is my second year at ECC. I started at City Campus, and now I'm at North Campus. I am in the nursing program at North. And obviously that's been exciting this year, and also challenging with all the changes, but exciting nonetheless. As far as background, I'm actually from Michigan, but I had worked out in New York State for a few years, lived for a few years, in Syracuse for a few years, and I've traveled all over the state, worked in almost every major city that we have in New York State. But moved back to Buffalo to come to school. Love the area. Appreciate everyone here at CC, faculty, all the trustees. After getting a chance to meet everyone, happy to see that the students are on top of everyone's mind, and I think that's wonderful, and I'm excited to work with everyone this year.
Thank you, Travis, and welcome. We are excited to have you. We do have a presentation for career services, but I am afraid, and I don't know if I'm the only one who can hear this feedback.
I can hear it too.
Yeah, the feedback's very bad. Bill, it might be from your office. It's kind of cavernous there.
Bob's trying to figure things out.
Susan's here. Hi, Susan.
Hi, Denise. Good morning, everyone. I'm in the car.
That may be where it's coming from.
We're going to the presentation.
And I'm in my house. I'm in the car.
Maybe, Susan. Can you try muting?
Yep.
Okay. Katie? I don't know.
Hi.
Okay. I'll turn it over to you now.
Okay. Well, thank you for having me. Thank you for inviting me, President Bruder. I'm Katie Marshall. I'm the director of the Career Services Office here at Erie Community College. And Bob is going to be kindly sharing the PowerPoint presentation that I have prepared today. Thank you, Bob. And I just wanted to start off by reading the mission of the Career Services Office, which is to educate and empower students and alumni to become engaged in the career development process. And we do this through utilizing strategic partnerships, faculty, staff, employers, organizations, and educational institutions in order to enhance resources and networking opportunities for our students and alumni. A lot of what I'm going to talk about today can be found on our Career Services website, and I have the link in this presentation. Next slide, please, Bob. So we have several major areas of responsibility in our office. The first one is to provide career exploration and career counseling for our undecided students. It is our goal to ensure that prospective and current SUNY Erie students always start with the end in mind. And by that, we mean we want students to develop a career goal and to have a plan from the very beginning of their time at SUNY Erie. We know that when students have goals, we see increased retention, we see increased graduation rates, and ultimately increased student success. So we want to meet with students and talk to them about their likes, their interests, their abilities, what they're trying to accomplish here at SUNY Erie, whether it's to find employment after 2 years or whether it's to transfer to a 4-year institution. So you'll find us doing one-on-one appointments with students. You'll find us in the classroom doing presentations with faculty, and you'll find us working closely with employers. We have a tool called the Focus 2 Career Assessment, which I'm going to show you briefly. This is a tool that's designed to help students kind of identify what their interests, skills, and abilities are and to tie them to different career options. This past year, we had almost 1,600 students take the Focus 2 Career Assessment, which is amazing. It's our numbers up from any other year that we've used it. In large part, that's due to our partnership with our GS 111 class, which is primarily new students who are in our general studies program. So they have the opportunity as a career exploration project to take the Focus 2 assessment and then evaluate what they think is a good fit for them at the college. Next slide, Bob. So this is what our Focus 2 career assessment looks like. There's 5 embedded assessments in here: work, personality, leisure, values, and skills. And once our students take all 5 career assessments, they can combine them and it will give them career opportunities that are a good fit. And what's really nice about this assessment is that students can see data associated with those career opportunities. So they can see, actually, next slide, Bob. They can see the outcomes, they can see an overview of what the career entails, which is really important for our students who may not have been exposed to a lot of different career opportunities in their lives. This kind of opens doors and gets them thinking beyond the traditional careers. Perfect example, we have a lot of students who come in and they want to get into the nursing program. They're interested in healthcare, but they haven't been exposed to a lot of other health sciences opportunities. So they may find that they are a good fit for the health sciences field, but maybe it's not nursing. Nursing may not be the best fit for them. So this will help them explore other opportunities. Next slide, Bill, or Bob, sorry. Okay, so here's the occupation outlook that's associated with the different careers. Students can see the outlook for the opportunity. So if it's growing or shrinking, they can anticipate how many jobs may be available when they graduate. They can look at the earning potential. And they can also see how much education is going to be required in order for them to reach that opportunity. Next slide. I have to mention too, parents and our non-traditional students especially love this because it really helps them make informed decisions when it comes to picking career opportunities. All right, next slide.
We're making a change here in a minute. Katie, I'm sorry, before you go to the next slide, how often is this information updated? So if I'm doing it today, and somebody's doing it next year, is it continuously refreshed, and do we subscribe to some kind of service that is updating that information?
Yes, so the organization that we work with provides this data, and they update it every 6 months to a year. So there is a lag on it, and I will say that that can be particularly difficult right now in the COVID times, because we have seen some drastic industry changes that have happened in such a short time that it may not be reflected here yet.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And coming soon, we have another tool that we're going to be implementing called Career Coach. Career Coach is similar in some sense to Focus 2, except instead of having, a 30-minute career exploration survey that they need to take, this is kind of a quick, fun engagement tool that our prospective students can use at home. So when they land on ECC's site and they're looking and thinking, I'm not sure exactly what I want to do, what kind of programs does ECC have, they can take a quick 6-question assessment, and it's going to give them more industry data and career information. And you can see an example here. So it'll show salaries, it'll show the programs we have, annual job openings, and this labor data is targeted in on Western New York. And they also, Bill, to answer your question, they maintain all the data and they update it routinely. And in addition to this, you can see on the right-hand side of this slide, there is a plugin. And the plugin is really interesting. It rotates through different career opportunities that align with each of our majors. And these are going to be embedded on our departmental pages. So if you land on our business page, it's going to be scrolling through different career opportunities that you can do with a business degree. If you land on our clinical lab tech page, it's going to have clinical lab tech opportunities. So we think this is a great way to engage students and to make our programs relevant to them in a way that they may not necessarily understand without diving a little bit deeper. This is a collaboration, I just want to mention, with our admissions department, with marketing, and it's also part of the Guided Pathways cohort that the college is a part of. It's a SUNY initiative. And so that's something that you should see being implemented over the next couple months. And next slide, please. Okay. So the second major function of career services is to provide job readiness services in order to prepare students for employment, internships, and leadership opportunities. So you will find our team meeting with students to go over resumes, cover letters, to help them prepare for interviews. We do mock interviews, or we work with students on questions that they can anticipate in their interview. We provide them with assistance creating their LinkedIn accounts. And by the way, we also talk to them about what a professional social media presence looks like. And we also provide them with assistance using job search technology. We have an in-house job posting platform called Purple Briefcase. You may be familiar with it. This platform connects our students and our employers, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that momentarily. In addition to this, we also meet with students, or we run events. We have career fairs. We do webinars and info sessions. We're offering those virtually right now. We have workshops, and our events they're just kind of constantly changing depending on what our employers are asking for and what our faculty are asking for. As one example, in October, we worked with the Student Access Center to provide, it was Disability Employment Awareness Month, so we provided a series of workshops, and then at the end of the month, just yesterday, we provided some employer information sessions so that students could connect directly with employers. And really, this is an equity issue, I think, because it helps our students develop career capital. It exposes them to networking and other opportunities that they may not have otherwise. Next slide, please. Another key responsibility of our office is to provide our regional employers with a way to connect and engage with our students. And this is what I'm going to go into about Purple Briefcase. But we also have our on-campus and virtual events. And then we have our streamlined job and internship posting system. So Purple Briefcase has allowed us to connect with about 500 companies over the past year. And we have about 2,000 jobs that we've posted over the past year. And I just have to give props to our clerical staff because they do a ton of that work entering job postings if the employers don't want to enter the job posting themselves. And they also vet the job postings that are coming through to make sure that they're appropriate for our students. So once the job postings are in the system, Purple Briefcase allows us to email blast them to students based on their program type. So if we get a vision care job posting, that gets email blasted out specifically to our vision care students. So it's a great way to connect. And actually, John Goddard also he subscribes to Purple Briefcase, so every time a job posting comes through, he knows about it and he can let his students know. And last, I wanted to mention our employer partnership opportunities. So DeFi Solution, we created opportunities for employers to kind of brand themselves on campus and increase their visibility among our students. In 2019, we created a partnership with DeFi Solutions. They get free access to our career fairs. They have signage on our campus outside of the Career Services office. They invested in scholarships for our students. So we've really built a great relationship with them. Another partnership that we've helped with is the Citibank partnership. So as you know, they branded in our North Campus in the new STEM building, and we provide them with opportunities to engage with students in that building. So last year we had a LinkedIn event, and they came and talked to students about their LinkedIn profiles. We took the students' photographs and got them online. They also did kind of round robin where they help students with resumes and interview skills. So that's another service that we offer that not a lot of people necessarily know about. Next slide, please. So, okay, I wanted to show you Purple Briefcase very quickly just so you could see what it looked like. So this is what it would look like from the student perspective. So once they log in, they can see events that we have coming up. And then on the left-hand side of the screen, you can see their ability to connect to internships, job postings, and they can sort and filter, by zip code or by program type, part-time, full-time, things like that. And then there's also a library, a video library, where they can look up if they need assistance with interviewing or advice on networking. There's a whole video library that they can access 24/7. Any questions about that? Okay, next slide, please. And the last key function that I'd like to highlight today is that we provide faculty and staff with services to enhance employer relationships and data-driven decision-making. And I'm going to dive a little deeper into this in a minute. So first off, our department has a career everywhere mindset. So we know that it is not just our office that is providing these services to students. Our advisors, our faculty, all of our staff end up having these career conversations with students, whether it's a student coming in and trying to decide what classes they want, or it's a student who's getting ready to graduate and they're talking to their faculty member about which employers are hiring. So we see ourselves as there to kind of support and enhance those services at the college and to provide best practices for what's the conversations that our faculty and staff are having. We tailor our content for workshops and events based on industry needs. So just as an example, we work with our culinary program. They see a particular need to make sure that our students are leaving with professional resumes. So they've made it part of their class assignment. The students come to us, get their resume reviewed, and then the students get extra credit for it. We average 160 classroom visits each year, and we reach approximately 3,000 students this way. We facilitate employer connections and we share labor and industry trends. And again, I'm going to get into that in a minute when I talk about our survey of graduates. Next slide, please. So, okay, I understand there were some questions about the outcomes data that we provide. And so I wanted to kind of take a little deeper dive into that today. So our department each year collects and reports on the outcomes of our students, and the outcomes mean both employment and transfer data. We follow up with our students approximately 6 months after graduation to find out what their first destination is. Okay, so what their primary destination is after they graduate. We follow the National Association of College and Employer standards for doing this. And there's a link to the survey here, but you can also visit the Career Services website, and we have the 2019 Survey of Graduates posted so that you can see the document. It's a 30-page document, so I didn't want to put the whole thing in this PowerPoint. Next slide, please. All right, so the way our survey takes place is that approximately 6 months after graduation, our alumni receive an email from us with a survey link asking a series of questions about where they are at that particular time. We send the survey twice, and then if we don't hear from them, we call them twice to see if we can get the survey responses over the phone. We also have additional sources of information. The National Student Clearinghouse provides us with transfer data. Faculty often know where our students are, so if we're really unable to reach students, we can connect with some faculty and they'll tell us where their students are. And then LinkedIn, if students have been updating their LinkedIn and we can see the dates to verify that it's current, we can use LinkedIn data.
Can I ask a question about the National Student Clearinghouse? Isn't that data like years old? I mean, isn't it a big lag?
No, it's not. So we request the data, we go through institutional research, we provide the student IDs, and we get the data. We'll tell them what enrollment period we're looking at. So like right now, I just requested from Fabio that he provide me with our graduates, our May 2020 graduates, where they are now at this point in time. So I think the enrollment date was like October 15th, and we will get that data. We get hundreds of responses from the local, any college basically. So there's not a lag on it.
Thank you. Can I ask one other thing? Are you
Sure.
sharing that information on how to reach graduates with the ECC Foundation?
Yes, we do.
Okay,
Yes.
great. Thank you.
Yep, because oftentimes we have, and when our students are applying for graduation, they also usually give us a little more updated contact information, because that's where we say we're going to send you your diploma. So we have updated contact information that way. And then as to what they're doing, we definitely share that with the foundation. Okay, so we collect our data in 3 cohorts: our August grads, January, and our May grads. So we are basically, it's a constant cycle. We're always in one phase of data collection, depending on who we're working with at that point in time. We have our data collected for our August 2019 and our January 2020 grads, and we are currently working with our May 2020 grads. We just started last week by sending the survey out. And this will take us probably through January, between phone calls and reaching out to faculty and getting that NSC report. And then after January, we combine all the data and we produce the Survey of Graduates book, which is what I linked to on the last slide. Next slide, please. So here's some of the questions that we ask in the survey. We'd like to know if students are working, if they're working in or out of field, their employer name, job title. We ask salary information. We ask if students have received promotions or raises. We ask if they feel that their degree was important in getting their job. We find out if they're unemployed and looking for employment, if they're unavailable or retired. And we also ask transfer information, where they are now, what major they're studying, if they're part-time or full-time. Some of our programs have additional certifications and licensure exams, so we ask about that. And then in 2018, institutional research added a couple questions asking if students could start over, would they choose to attend this college again, and if the college has helped them meet the goals that they came to achieve. These are 2 questions that come from the SUNY Student Opinion Survey, so it's kind of interesting because once we have enough data, we'll be able to compare our current students to our alumni to see how they feel about these questions. Thank you. So once we collect the data, we share it college-wide. Our departments use it for program review. And I should say, instead of middle states accreditation, it's departmental accreditation. So our programs need to report out on the outcomes of our students. We use it for really Perkins funding reporting. Anytime we have new programs that are developing or a change in programs, we'll jump back to our survey of grads. And of course, it's a good marketing and recruitment tool. And then oftentimes with students and parents, they want to know what's going on with our graduates, who's finding employment. So we use it for career counseling. We can customize the reports depending on what the department needs. So if you look at our survey of graduates, and I'm going to show you a little snapshot of it in a minute, it's more of the general information. It's employment and transfer information. But as you saw, we ask a lot more questions. So if departments request it, we can kind of disaggregate the results, break it down to their own cohort of students, and give them more information about salary and then second destination. So whatever else a student might be doing in addition to that first destination. And just so you know, we do keep that information anonymous. You will see that some of our smaller programs, we don't share the outcomes because it would be too easy to identify the student. If we only have a program with 3 grads and someone's unemployed, it might be too personal to share that. But we have it behind the scenes. So if anybody needed that information, they could get it from us within the institution. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is again just a snapshot of a couple pages of our survey. In 2019, we had 2,265 degrees and certificates awarded. Our knowledge rate, again, is really a response rate, but since we are getting information from the National Student Clearinghouse and faculty, NACE calls it a knowledge rate instead of a response rate. So that's between 73 and 78%, which is extremely high. And then our placement rate, which is based on the number of responses that we received, is 86%. That means 86% of the students that we heard back from have either transferred or found employment. If you look to the right, you can see an example here. This is our Vision Care Technology program. So this is how the data is broken down in the survey. So you can see that we had 30 graduates. We heard back from 23, which is a 76% response rate. And then you can see how it breaks down, if they're working in field or out of field, where they're working, what their job titles are, and where they've transferred and what they're studying if they've transferred. Any questions about that? You can see all the programs. It's broken down by associate degrees first and then certificates in our book. Next slide, please. At the end of the survey of graduates, we have a summary, and I just want to add the caveat here that I could not fit all the programs on the page. So this is M through V. But if we list out all of our programs, and then we kind of tally up what our students are doing, and then we provide the total percentages of what our students are, what our students are doing. So the tallies that you see at the bottom of this page are for all of our associate degree programs. So if you see that we had, let's see, the total employed full-time in field is 28.3%. That's for all of our associate degree programs, okay? And then you can combine our full-time, part-time employed, who's transferred to get the placement rate. You can see we had about 4% of students who were still seeking employment at the time, about 6 months after graduation. And those students, our office, we have their contact information, so we reach out to them and we try to engage them and help them. All right, last slide. So I just want to give you the opportunity to ask any questions. I know you asked a couple while I was going through this, but I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Katie, this is Len. How does every student who enrolls at ECC, how do they get access to career services? Are they directed to it, or do they have to find it, or how does this work?
So we are a part of orientation. So when students take their orientation, they will get information about our office and how we can help them. Generally speaking, we focus more on the services we can provide them for helping them choose a major during orientation. We don't want to overwhelm them. We're looking to build the career coach that I was showing you. We're looking to build that into Workday. So as students are going through their tasks of enrolling, they'll get a prompt to take the career assessment. And then if they need assistance, that'll feed them to us. And then the GS 111 class, you know, we work closely with them. So students can be referred to us, or we're oftentimes in the classroom or doing a virtual presentation now to reach those students.
So everybody's easily connected if they want to participate.
Yes, there's always room to do better, Len. Students, sometimes we still hear students say, "Oh, I never knew your office existed," and we hate to hear that. But we do our best to get them up front.
Okay, good. Thanks. Nice presentation.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Carrie. I was just wondering what level of participation you are getting then. Do you know?
It's hard to gauge that, and we do track everything that we do. So we track one-on-one appointments, and we track our classroom presentations. But it's hard because it kind of has a ripple effect. So I guess I could give you numbers maybe after this if you wanted specific numbers, but we have a pretty high level of participation simply because of the relationships we have with faculty who bring us into our classrooms. So the one-off appointments are good, but when we can hit like general studies or business or culinary, you know, we might be getting 20 students at a time. And so we have a ton of those relationships built. You know, and then of course we have students who might be 11 o'clock at night and they're on purple briefcase, and we consider that a win too.
I would just say, oh, sorry, Denise.
No, you're fine.
I was just going to compliment her on the report. I thought it was very informative and thorough, and appreciate all the work that you all are doing.
Thank you.
Same, just to echo Todd's sentiment. Whenever someone throws out a website, I go right there, and everything was easy to find and very accessible. So thank you for that. Also, I'm very excited about Purple Briefcase. In my 9 to 5, our students use that a lot with other institutions. So knowing that it is available here is refreshing. I do have questions about, you mentioned towards the end of your presentation regarding the survey data that comes, those questions that comes from SUNY.
The SUNY student opinion questions?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
They're not on this report here, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but we can see those responses. So
Yes.
Can you send those to us?
Absolutely.
Okay, perfect. And
I think and sorry to interrupt. I think we have them for maybe 2019, and then we should have them for 2020. So I may only have 1 year of that to send you.
okay.
Yeah.
The other question I guess the comment was that this being part of orientation was also refreshing, because I know as freshmen or first years, I should say first years or incoming transfers, what have you, just knowing that this is available is very helpful. So if orientation is going to be mandatory for our students, which I hope that's what we're moving to, then all of our incoming students will at least know about this, which will help our numbers as
Absolutely.
far as, you know, awareness and participation. So that's great. I also have a question regarding tracking of students. So how do we track? Well, do we know how many students are expected to graduate this year, this 2021, like who are on track to?
You know what? I don't have the answer to that question, but I have a feeling somebody else here on the call does.
Okay.
Fabio, might you have that?
I'd be happy to respond, yes. We have right now, a report that identifies students with 45 or more credits if they're in an associate's program. or 15 or more credits if they're in the certificate program. That's our current best proxy for expected to graduate. We also collect a graduation application from all students. And so, of course, if a student is expecting to graduate themselves, then they will file that application. We track that, pass that along to the deans, and for any action they might need to take. In the future, we will have more refined reporting capabilities in Workday to be able to identify actual expected program completion dates for every student. So instead of just looking at a credit count, which is what we do now in a limited colleague environment, we will be able to actually identify the expected completion date every semester. And that will give us our counts.
Okay. So then my next question would be those who are identified with the 45 credits or more, are they then connected to career services? Like, how does that transition happen?
I can answer that, actually. So when students complete the graduation application, we have a career services exit interview embedded in that. So we will ask them if they intend to find employment or if they intend to transfer. We ask them where they're working. So we collect that information. And then when they finish the survey, it literally lands them on the career services page, right? Do we have it? I think we have it set up that way, Fabio. So it should land them right on the career services page. If it doesn't land it on them, then it at least provides the link for that.
Okay, perfect. And what can you, Fabio, tell me just for 2021, do we have a number? You may not have it right now, but can you get
For spring 21?
Yeah.
No, we do not. Well, actually, I suppose we do. I believe we're already collecting those applications.
Okay.
But we can't run the credit report until fall ends.
Okay.
Because otherwise, we won't know how many credits our students have, right? But what we'll get is those two bits of information. Once fall is completed, we will, once fall is completed and we have our enrollment pool set up in the first couple of weeks of spring, we will be able to say, okay, we're expecting this number of students with 45 credits to be able to graduate, or at least potentially graduate. And then we will also start getting a daily trickle of students applying for graduation. I believe that's already open on the application graduation for spring 21, but I wouldn't expect us to have too many hits right now.
Okay. The last question is, you guys mentioned this progressing into Workday. Do you have an expected timeline for that?
I think in the next few months we should have it.
Yes, we are going live with elements of Workday in 1 month, and then we are deploying to students in March of 2021.
Okay, thank you.
And I see that there's a question here from Tracy Archie. She's asking about the question, has this college helped you achieve your goals? And she'd like to know when they answer that question, does it ask them a follow-up question to explain how? And Tracy, sort of is my answer. There is a separate question in the survey that asks students who were unable to find employment or who were unable to transfer why they think they were unable to. So it basically prompts them with an open text question to just answer, what they think about the process and where the issue might be.
And is there a feedback loop to instructors if, in fact, there's an issue raised there?
So there is, if we see something that we think could be, it's kind of informal. Like if I go through it and if I see something that's an issue, I'll pass it on to the department.
Katie.
So a lot of times it might be something like, the COVID environment has made it really difficult to find a job. Then we reach out to them, and we'll say, well, let us help you. Once in a while, it's something that has to do with the program.
Katie, this is Jeff Stone. Nice presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Looking quickly at your page, career and transfer outcomes, as I reviewed that was, wow, this is, quite positive. And a lot of us on the board and on this call know this information or are pretty familiar with these kind of numbers. But for example, placement rate, 86%, within 6 months were either continuing their education or employed in their field. I just wanted to make sure that your office and the enrollment admissions folks maintain good communication so that numbers like this are very much shared with those, helping us with our enrollment and our admission. I know I've seen numbers like this on the website when I go on there, but I just want to underscore, I think, the importance of positive information like this and somewhat in this detail that I'm seeing on the career and transfer outcomes page be shared with enrollment and admissions so that people considering ECC, SUNY Erie can understand that they're likely to be in pretty good spot after they graduate.
Yes, and that's absolutely, I agree with you. And I do work very closely with Phil and Paula to that extent to use this as more of a marketing tool. And then you'll usually find us at this year was a little different, but you'll usually find us at open house with that book and handing it out especially to parents. Sometimes the younger students don't really look at it, but parents and those non-traditional students grab it. Thank you.
Hey, Katie, can I follow up? It's kind of scary because I wrote down 4 or 5 questions and each of the trustees has already asked. We're on the same page after spending 8 or 9 hours with each other at the retreat last Friday, but I do have a few follow-ups. First off, thank you very much. I really knew nothing about your office and what you do, so very, very impressive, great data.
Thank you.
What kind of, sort of Mr. Lenahan asked the question originally, but what kind of presence do you have at all 3 campuses?
Presence, did you say?
Yes.
Yeah. So we have 2 staff members at North, 1 that's student facing and 1 clerical, same at South Campus. And then we have 2 student facing employees at City Campus and 1 clerical staff member. And 2 of our offices are located in close proximity to our counseling department. And that's what we're hoping to do that with our North Campus office once we get to move things around, because there's a lot of collaboration that goes on between us.
Thanks. And then to follow up on Kate's question about alumni, can you go back there and just make sure, because I've been hearing probably since when I started in 1998, the alumni does not have a good database to contact students.
Yes.
And what you're saying is you work with them, and I think I've actually, since I returned, still heard that comment about the lack of a good database for our alumni. So you could,
Yeah.
back to them.
And it is like, I mean, I can't speak to the database, but I can tell you that when students apply for graduation, are you talking about contact information? Yes. So I don't know what their database system is like, but I can tell you that we're able to pull that exit interview, that graduation application, which almost always has the most updated information because they want to get their diploma in the mail, right? So that information I pull and I give over to Sarah at the foundation office. In fact, I just sent it to her probably a week ago. She asked for it. So that's the only caveat, is that not all of our students necessarily graduate who apply. So in some cases, she's getting data that isn't necessarily just for our graduates, but it is the most up-to-date information that we could probably have. And yes, there could be, I think, an improvement for how we store that information.
And so to follow up on that, you're just doing that 6-month check-in after they graduate. What about after that? Are there cycles after that to have more current information, contact information to share going forward?
Not from our office, but I believe institutional research can pull, data after that. Fabio, if you'd like to speak to that.
Thank you. Great presentation.
Yeah, we share our alumni file with Foundation. We have about 92,000 records in there. Unfortunately, at some point in the past, I believe, decade, I don't recall when this happened or wasn't here when it happened, we ended up corrupting that file, or that file was corrupted somehow. So we have the 92,000. Some of those records are older records, and of course, addresses age out, phone numbers age out. So it's important to continue to refresh it. We don't do that refresh on the college side. We expect Foundation to do that, or those refreshes would not get into their file. I don't have a lot of insight into their database. It's a separate corporation, obviously. I don't get involved with their data directly, but we do pass along the alumni data that we do have, and obviously the survey of graduates data, which is really the most accurate information that we have.
So if somebody asks for a transcript years down the road, you'll have their contact information. Do you, as a matter of course, share that with the foundation? Because if not, I would suggest that we do that.
I don't know if that's in our data sharing plan. We'll have to review that. I assume that we do, but yeah, that contact information, whatever we had at the time of separation with the student, is what would be in the data in our database, and that's what we share.
Right, but what I'm asking is if you have more recent contact information that comes in from a student who's requesting a transcript, for instance, you'll know their most current information, and that should be shared with the foundation, is what I'm saying. And our own records be updated that way.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to talk to registrar to see what kind of updating they do for those sorts of requests. I just don't know, but I can look into that.
Yeah, I'd like to hear about that next month, please.
But those updates are not done by our rep, but by the registrar office, which has the primary contact with students. But I can look into see what kind of updating they do when we do get contacts from prior students. Some of our transcript requests do not come through us, but come through NSC. So that's not something that we would be able to update, I believe. But I'll look into it.
I'm a little confused. I was following up until this point. We have 92,000 students on the database that was potentially at some point within the last decade corrupted. How many are good addresses, or how much of that 92,000 is actually good information?
I believe it was good information and still is good information for when it was collected. The corruption did not harm the records themselves. It only harmed our ability to continue to update that database. So we no longer update that database. Instead, we deliver that database along with other sources of data for our current graduates, like the SOG or the report that SOG pulls in order to identify our graduates. So they have all of our graduates, but the older data might just be obsolete at this point.
Okay.
And of course, you'll also, obviously, some of those records are 30, 40 years old too. So it's hard to keep addresses fresh over that period of time.
Okay.
Katie, follow-up question. Jeff Stone asked a question and mentioned the 86% placement rate, but I do see that 9% above the 86% they're working. So they may not be working in the field that they went to school, but they are working, which leads me to conclude that there's a 4 or 5% unemployment rate for our graduates, which is outstanding.
Yes.
So again, great data. To follow up on the student satisfaction questions, is that information shared with departments? So do we disaggregate the information and say to the departments that, students were dissatisfied or didn't feel like they received the education that they wanted to?
Right now, I don't think that data is being shared right now. Fabio can correct me if I'm wrong, but it can be. Usually I will give departments what they request. So, yep.
I think as a matter of course, it should be provided.
Okay.
So if you have that data, it can be broken down at a department level, it should be shared.
I agree. And I know Fabio was putting some of this data into Tableau. And so I don't know, Fabio, if that would be a way to do that.
Yep, we can do that. We have now the 1 year of data. We'll have a second year fairly soon, I think, on that satisfaction data. And obviously, we've always shared the student opinion survey data with the departments and with the entire college. But yeah, we'll be building that into Tableau, and the chairs all have access to Tableau, so it will be available to them.
And then one final question from my perspective, Katie. Do we ask about, are they remaining in the area? Because we always say that 90% of our students come from Erie County, 90% of our graduates stay in Erie County. Is that a question that you pose to them?
We do. We ask the zip code, or I'm sorry, we ask the county that they're employed in.
Okay.
So, and then of course, based on the transfer institution, we could figure that out, if they're still in Erie County. So on a county level, we could, and most of them, a vast majority of them are in Erie County.
So can you wager a number, percent, as far as Erie County and then rest of New York?
I mean, of the students who respond to us, I'd say probably at least 90% are in Erie County, maybe 95%.
Great.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Katie, for that presentation. It was very helpful. And thank you also for giving us contact information if we have follow-up.
Absolutely. Please feel free to follow up. You might look at it and have questions down the line. I'm happy to answer them. And thank you for having me here today.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Bye, everybody.
Okay, so next on our agenda is the consent agenda. We have 4 items for approval. The board minutes from September 24th. Fees authorized to be paid by SUNY Erie. Health Pro Heritage LLC affiliation agreement and talent management agenda. Okay, now this is the part where Lynn, you may have to help me with. So at this point, I would like a motion to accept the consent agenda.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you. May I have a second?
Second.
Perfect.
I have a question.
Awesome. Are there any questions, discussion?
I just have a question about the talent management agenda. And I want to confirm that these interim positions already exist and that the positions exist and they're being filled on an interim basis. Is that in fact the case?
Yes, that is in fact the case.
Great.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you, Tracy.
You're
And
welcome.
also, I just wanted to point out that to the interim associate VP of College Safety and Security, that the board expects that position will comply with the requirement that the form be completed and supplied to the Budget and Audit Committee for the justification of any facility fee waivers. So with that said, my questions are done.
Thank you, Kate. Are there any other questions? Okay, so with that, hearing no more questions, I would like to have a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Yes.
Thank you, Kate.
Would you like me, Denise, to take a roll call vote, or are we going to just do voice votes on these?
Let's take a roll call vote.
Okay, so the consent agenda moved by Todd Hobler and seconded by me. We can call the roll. Todd Hobler.
Approve.
Len Lenahan. You're on mute, Len.
Approve.
Great. I approve. Carrie Phillips.
Approve.
Jeff Stone.
Approve.
Susan Swartz. You may be on mute, Susan.
I think Susan was on mute. She texted me and said she was having trouble with her phone.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll put an abstention there. Denise Wilson.
Approve.
And Travis Poling.
Approve.
Terrific. And the motion carries.
Thank you, Kate. Next on the agenda, for BOT items received outside committee meetings, we have participation institution agreement with SUNY for VMware, or is it VMware licensing, and academic calendar 2020-2021 revision. Do we have to approve the? Yes. Okay. So I have a motion to accept and receive the outside committee meeting items.
So moved.
Thank you, Len. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion?
Jeff, just to clarify, it looks like we're actually, with respect to the VMware purchase, we're authorizing SUNY Erie to enter into. So this is more than a receive and file. It is a motion to approve, I believe, and to
Right.
author.
Correct.
So that, just want to clarify that.
Thank you, Jeff.
The 5-year contract with SUNY for VMware. It's for the annual support and maintenance of our data centers located at each of our campuses. SUNY was negotiating with VMware for quite a few months. That's why it's actually retroactive, I think, to January 20. We are saving, I think the annual cost previously was like $24,000 a year, and we're going down to $10,880.
Okay. Regarding the academic calendar, Bill or anyone, can you just briefly tell us what has changed?
Can I just interrupt before we do that? So we have the motion on the resolution for the VMware and a second, but I don't think we took the roll. So can I do that quickly?
Okay.
Todd
I didn't know we
Hobler.
were going to do those together or separate.
I think only one requires us to act. There's one resolution before us. The other is just the academic calendar change, and I don't see a resolution attached to that.
Correct.
Okay.
So for the VMware purchase with SUNY, Todd Hobler.
I approve.
Len Lenahan.
Approve.
I approve. Carrie Phillips.
Approve.
Jeff Stone.
Approve.
Susan Swartz. Are you back? Not yet. Denise Wilson.
Approve.
Travis Poling.
Approve.
So the motion carries. And I'm sorry, Denise, if I stepped on you. I just want to make sure that the minutes reflect a vote when we need to do it. So thank you.
I absolutely appreciate you stepping on me. So it's okay. I'm learning along the way. So as far as the academic calendar.
I'm wrong.
Yes, Denise, actually,
There is.
I'm sorry, to take the point, the board did previously approve the academic calendar back in January. This is an amendment by 1 week, moving the date for withdrawal from classes from November 6th to November 13th. And it was missed the first time through. This now matches our federal Title IV guidelines. So the date a student can withdraw from now matches when the financial aid date is. So it's just in sync. The faculty has approved it. Again, it's just that one movement of the withdrawal date from November 6th to November 13th. Nothing else has been changed from what was previously approved.
And
Okay.
if you look on page 40, we actually have sort of a redlined copy of the revised academic calendar. It's a little hard to see, but you'll see that the November 6th is crossed out and 13 is added.
Oh, I see. Okay. So we do have to approve it.
And I was wrong. There is a resolution. My pages were out of order, so my apologies.
Okay. Okay. So motion to approve the changes of the academic calendar.
So moved.
Second.
Second.
Thank you, Carrie.
So I'll call the roll then. Todd Hobler.
Approve.
Len Lenahan.
Here. Oh, I'm sorry. Approve.
I approve as well. Carrie Phillips.
I'm here and I approve.
Wonderful. Jeff Stone.
Approve.
Susan, are you with us yet? So Denise Wilson
Approved.
and Travis Poling.
Approve.
The motion carries.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so we're going down to the committee briefings right now. And for our first committee, we have budget and audit chaired by Jeffrey Stone. And I think Susan joined us again.
What was that?
I think Susan just joined us again, but
Okay.
Jeff, we're ready for budget and audit.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. First, I'd like to begin by welcoming Travis, not only to the Board of Trustees, but to our committee. We have had a busy month or 6 weeks. Actually, it's been a busy 6 months since budget time, but Travis got a nice introduction to the Budget Audit Committee through meetings that we had on October 15th and a preparatory session prior to that with President Reuter. And then, as was mentioned before, we had the board retreat, an all-day retreat on October 23rd, which certainly we talked quite a lot about the college's financial position, enrollment, and so forth. So certainly Travis has been thrown deeply into the deep end here with the budget and audit, but we welcome you, Travis, and glad you're with us on the committee. As I mentioned, the committee met on August 13th, and on page 98 of your materials, you have the minutes of that meeting, and you can take a look at those. We talked about those when we last met as a board on September 24th or 25th. So that's really been covered. But then we did again meet on October 15th. And many of the subjects that we talked about on October 15th are listed here on page 2 of our materials. I think there are 26 items in all. I will not go over each one of them because many of them are fairly routine and you can flip back and see what we're talking about. But before I go into any of those items, I just want to give the broad comments that I have at the beginning about what's happening. Number one, I continue to be glad that Interim President Bill Reuter is here and maintaining the focus that he is on our financial situation vis-a-vis SUNY, the federal government, state government, and of course here locally on our campus. So that's just something that I know all the trustees are grateful for as we go through these retreats and budget meetings and so forth. It's great to know that, you know, Bill and people he's connected with have such a good handle on exactly what's happening, even when what's happening is difficult and causing us, you know, management concern and stress. As far as dealing with that stress going forward, every time I have reported, I've talked a little bit about the prospects for federal stimulus or relief, and I feel it appropriate to do so again. Just for those who don't live in the world daily, there's been obviously the big CARES Act last spring, and then a HEROES Act introduced by the House that has pretty much been ignored for about 5 months, not taken up in the Senate. And then there's been significant negotiations after the CARES Act provisions expired around the end of July. And as people get into more and more difficult straits economically, there's been pressure to create some sort of a new stimulus or relief package, which would most likely include a provision for state and local governmental relief, which would be very important for us, both because we depend on governmental partners and some of it would actually trickle down to us. So basically at this point, those negotiations have not yet produced fruit. And of course, everything is covered with an overlay of this being an election year. So at the most recent figures that I saw were in the Senate, there was appetite for approximately up to $500 billion or anywhere from 200 to 400 billion in some sort of relief to localities and governments. The House was proposing, as represented by Speaker Pelosi, was in the neighborhood of 900 billion as the ask for state and local. Also, the question was whether we will have this relief just next year or perhaps the year after also, as the pandemic is expected to have a fairly long-term impact. As far as the president goes, he has been a bit all over the map in terms of exactly what he's wanted and what he's wanted out of these negotiations. At one point, he did propose a $1.8 trillion package and urged the participants on the Hill to go big, go up. That had about 300 billion for localities, so that was more triggered toward industries and individual relief. So we're not sure where we are with state and local aid, but we've really got to keep a close eye on that because it affects us so much. The Senate is now in recess until November 9th. That doesn't mean negotiations are not continuing. They apparently are continuing. But of course, everyone's waited with bated breath for Tuesday's election results or the election and then how long it takes to find out the results, whatever that may be. Obviously, cases are going up. We're all familiar with that nationwide. That's putting additional pressure on the negotiators to come up with something. The deaths, job losses, a strong push from the chairman of the Federal Reserve to come up with a relief or stimulus program. and spoken quite plainly, Chairman Powell, about this and the danger posed to the economy in the absence of such legislation. So I just don't know. Obviously, none of us know where that's going to wind up. But Tuesday will be big in terms of what happens in the House, the Senate, locally, and of course with the presidency. Speaker Pelosi and Secretary of the Treasury Mnuchin have talked as much as $2 trillion as a package, and we just don't know how realistic that is. But Pelosi, her most recent comment has been, and I think she's positing a Democratic victory in the presidency and maybe in the Senate, that this package will be bigger, better, and retroactive after the election. I don't know. We just have to see. So much of what we're doing here at the college level, especially with our finances, depends on our political partners. So that's why I spend some time talking about this. Everyone should pay attention. As I mentioned last month, to the extent you have any leverage or opportunities to urge action with federal and state representatives, talk about Erie Community College and the dependency that we have and the impacts that we're suffering as we lose enrollment and have people stressed by this pandemic. So those are the broad issues that are really on my mind. As far as the specifics, items 1 through 26 and so far, I just want to draw everyone's attention to a couple of really important ones. Again, everything is available for you to look at later in the package, but item 10, the budget to actual financial dashboard and graphs as of September 30th. This was what we received at our October 15th budget meeting. And I am not going to go into the details of that because I know President Reuter will be doing that in his presidential report on enrollment, impacts, and in particular chargebacks. We spent a lot of time at the Budget Committee on chargebacks, and we did so at the retreat as well, trying to gain a good understanding and refresh our recollection about exactly how these chargebacks within particular counties affect us, and also how the pandemic is affecting the whole chargeback situation. In other words, there are aspects of the state aid cuts that we're experiencing that are dramatically changing our chargeback scenarios in a negative way. And Bill will talk about that. And I would urge him later in this meeting to spend a little time, as you did at the retreat with the trustees, to brief the broader group on, quickly, but perhaps thoroughly, on the whole chargeback scheme and what's going on and why the pandemic has changed that. So number 10 is important. I don't want to go into the details of number 10 because it's changed so much. We're going to get updated numbers today. This is a month later, and we're still dealing with enrollment, finances, and so forth. And to go into the September 30th numbers, I think, is a bit of a waste of time at this point. We continue to however, experience enrollment difficulties. And we wait with bated breath for some sort of help from Albany and/or Washington. Moving down the list to others that I put an asterisk next to. The SUNY 5-year change in chargeback rates, number 19, 20, and 21, chargebacks by municipalities and chargebacks by schools. I have mentioned this, and Bill will be touching on this when he reports. But those are very interesting charts. And you can actually go, when we talk about this on pages 77 through 79, take a look at your own community and see exactly how much money is going out of your community in the form of chargebacks when people leave our area to go to other community colleges. Number 23 is of interest. It makes for interesting reading. This is the so-called control board at the county level. They have been in various modes over the years since we had the green-red budget issues that former Chairman Lenahan is so painfully aware of on a personal level. We had some real budget problems in Erie County some years ago, 10, 12, 15 years ago. And since then, we had the control board put in place. It was a hard control board. They basically had to approve and run everything. Now it's a soft control board where they have sort of an advisory role. And so you may wonder, why are they even commenting on our community college and our budget and the likelihood of us having a budget that's realistic? They've actually somewhat criticized us, but in a mildly supportive way, I would say. They've said, we don't think this budget that you had, and maybe even the one you have right now, is sustainable in light of continuing enrollment issues that you're experiencing. And they're sending us a signal, too, that they want us to look in a broad way at the entire setup of the community college that we have. And the reason they feel they can do this without apology is They are overseeing the county, and the county is a major partner of ours on the funding side, providing somewhat less than 20% of our total funding. And so from that position, they say to themselves, well, we oversee the county, and the county's a big part of ECC, so we're going to comment now. And Bill entered into some negotiations using his past relationships there with the control board. At first, they asked us for an updated budget within a certain number of days, which Bill, and through Bill, the trustees pushed back on. Now they want within 90 days some sort of a comment from us or a statement as to how we see things working out under our current budget. We're not changing the budget, but as we said when we adopted it, this budget is very much a living document this year. It was adopted in a great amount of uncertainty, and it remains in a great amount of uncertainty. So to the extent that we are viewed as, not completely complying with the control board's view of how our finances are or should be, I don't particularly apologize for that, because we are all grappling as trustees and as people who care about the college with a great deal of unknown factors. And Bill has come in, done a very good job, took our budget that we had, took new information that he was able to gather, made it more realistic, but we still continue to grapple with it. And we'll be hearing about that when Bill talks. So that's, if you look at 23, I recommend everybody read that. Not so much for what they specifically are asking us to do, but for the tone it conveys to us. What it's saying is that we, your partners in the county government, are looking at you, and we are urging a conversation, a community-wide conversation about the sustainability of the model that you have in place now for your finances, which is not all driven by us. It's driven largely by SUNY as well, state law, local law. But they're saying, just put that aside and think about how this college functions in the near, medium, and long term. And as trustees and as leaders of the college on this call, think about what we have to do to make sure that we have a viable and sustainable college here that is responding to the needs of the community in a financially sustainable way. I think 23, although it doesn't have any immediate impact on us in terms of, other than asking Bill to give comment within 90 days, it is the most important thing on this list in terms of just getting a sense of what our partners are thinking about us. So I strongly recommend everyone on the call take a look at that. Lastly, a couple last items, 25 historical enrollment report. Bill will talk about that. I think the most important number that we all have to bear in mind as we talk about this, and at the trustee retreat, we brought this up. We all know, and I think if you have one number in your mind as a citizen of this college community, it's that we have suffered on a credit basis an enrollment decline of 46+% since our peak in 2010, 2011. We're not alone in that. Other community colleges have, other colleges have, but that is a reality, and that's now going on 10 years. And that's what's driving what you hear from the control board and what you start hearing from the legislators in Erie County. So that's just a number that we can't get away with from. Even a modest improvement in enrollment, if we were to manage that, as many on the call are working hard to do, is not going to reverse that sort of a trend. That's a big drop. So, we're seeing and feeling the effects of that. But that's a number that I think everyone on the call should bear in their mind. You'll hear it repeated a lot, but we're down 46% since 10 years ago. I think I'm going to stop there. Those are my comments. Again, I refer everyone to the materials, but those are what I feel are the most important things that are listed in the budget and audit category. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Trustee Stone. I always look forward to his comprehensive reports for the Budget Audit Committee, and also just the way of highlighting key information. And thank you, I appreciate that. Up next, let's go back just so for the records, there's nothing to formally approve for this. This is all for board information.
I do not believe so.
Okay. So our next committee is Trustee Kate Massiello with Policy and Governance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am pleased to present these two managerial policies for the board's review and acceptance. I'd like to go out of order because I think it makes sense to start with the student compliant policy, non-academic. It's on page 106 of your packet. This policy defines the process by which students may file complaints regarding non-academic matters. That includes all services, departments, staff members, offices, college policies, and procedures. And it assures students that the filing of such a complaint will not affect his or her standing at the college. And it lays out the process. Students have to file a report, and then an investigation will take place, and a resolution will be provided to the student in writing. So this student complaint policy, non-academic, then sets the stage for the adjudication board, which is the second policy that's before us. And I can just go right into that. This managerial policy then defines the process whereby students who have problems with the resolution that was originally determined by the the department to which the student made the complaint. Now this student adjudication hearing board policy provides that student with another avenue of appeal. And so as long as students, this policy sets out that as long as students have already fulfilled the procedure that's outlined in the student complaint policy, non-academic, then they can appeal to the adjudication board if they feel they've been treated unfairly or if they're dissatisfied with the outcome. And again, this policy allows students to appeal all areas of the college, so whether it's services, departments, offices, and college policies and procedures. So these two policies lay out the process by which students can, address concerns and gives a formal adjudication hearing board process to finally, if there are still concerns after the initial complaint is brought, an impartial board that can make a fair determination. So those are the policies before us. I would suggest, again, these are managerial policies, that as the management team is coming up with procedures by which these will be implemented, that they come up with timelines so that students understand, how long after they've made a filing they can expect to receive response, or at least a notification that the complaint has been received, and that we give them a sense of timing on that. So, but that's a procedure rather than a policy. So these are the policies before us. So if anybody has any questions about either the student complaint policy, non-academic, or the adjudication hearing board policy, please, now's the time. So these then, there's no vote necessary. I mean, the board just accepts these policies rather than acting on them. So if I didn't hear any questions, then it's okay to move on. The next piece is the charge and vision statement on page 108 for the policy committee, which just basically says that we are charged with proposing board policy and reviewing and receiving managerial policies as we have today. Also in our report are the minutes from our September 14th meeting. So that pretty much completes my report, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Kate. Does anyone have any questions?
Kate, the charge hasn't really, or the vision really hasn't changed, right? Is there nothing
No.
being reaffirmed?
Yes.
Okay.
And I could be lost in the packet right now, but I read minutes where, Kate, you asked for updates at each meeting regarding our CAP plan.
Yes. So in our minutes, the policy committee is wanting to make sure that on an upcoming board meeting on our agenda is a review of CAP items, some of which require annual review. And I too was reading in different minutes from various meetings in this packet about reports on the CAP progress. So I think we just need to bring it all up to the board level at some point in the near future so that we can ensure that we are in compliance with the directions that were given by the CAP.
Bill, would it be okay to ask for a report at our November meeting?
Absolutely. I will see where we are with all the items. I certainly am familiar with the CAP report. It's bringing back bad memories. I will certainly see what the board has been provided and make sure we have an up-to-date report on the status of all.
Bill, just for our new trustees who are here, we use the acronym a lot, CAP, but if you would just give a little, just brief history.
Certainly, CAP stands for Correction Action Plan, and the state controller, who has audit authority over municipalities, school districts, community colleges, did an audit of Erie Community College going back probably roughly 6 years ago, 5, 6 years ago, and identified some deficiencies in the way the college is managed. Some of the areas was in the purchasing area, the lack of RFPs in some instances, the application of piggybacking on some state or municipal contracts. There was some criticism directed at the board oversight of how they interact with their two auxiliary enterprises, the foundation and the ASC. And that's why you'll see on the budget and finance report each and every month that there's reports by both the ASC and the foundation as far as their activities. And the third area was, I believe, I'm trying to think, there's another area, maybe the president had authorized some salaries and compensation for senior executive staff that was not transparent. It did not go through the board approval process. So the board created a board policy on senior executive staff and big board. So those are probably the three major areas. I may be missing one, but those are the three major areas that there was some criticism. They were on campus for many, many months, and it caused a lot of concerns. But at the end of the day, I see any audit, whether it's our external audit, whether it's the county audit, auditors and or the state, it's meant to improve operations. It's not meant to criticize, but ways businesses can be improved. And that's how the college administration as well as the board viewed it. But there is this corrective action plan that at the time the board chair really created a committee that spent lots of time on going through the audit comments and putting together an action plan on how to best address and make sure we don't get back into the same situation we're in.
Bill, just to confirm, the corrective action plan, or CAP, that we talk about is a function of OSC's audit of the college, the state comptroller's office, not a function of anything that came out of Middle States. Am I correct?
It's absolutely correct. The state controller did an audit, and part of the audit process is they do an exit conference, they give you a draft report, give management an opportunity to reply. Do they find it unfair? Do there errors? But at the end of the day, you have to basically identify how you're going to address those facts that were stated in the report. And that was the outcome. That's what created the correction action plan. And chair at the time, Dennis Murphy, really took a leadership role on bringing together the forces. Not sure if Kate was on that, but I know Trustee Callan was very involved, and a couple other trustees. Maybe it was Steve Boyd was the chair at the time, but I know there were several board members involved, spending a lot of time and energy crafting the responses and how we were going to address those items contained within the correction action plan. And it really did drive a lot of policies at the college, and all good policies. I know purchasing, that was an area that fell under me as the Vice President for Finance Administration. There were some criticisms, and we addressed those. And I think even before the exit conference was conducted, we had gone to the board with some modifications to our purchasing policy. So just gives you an opportunity to continue to look at sort of best practices and any changes. that are necessary.
Thank you, Bill. And so for November, we'll have a update on our correction action plan. Just you'll hear the correction action plan. You'll also hear middle states, and some of it conflicts to me. But we talked a little bit about that during our retreat, and I just would offer for new trustees to really read the packets that were distributed during the retreat, the responsibilities of directors of not-for-profit corporations, and the other statement on the governance role of a trustee or board member. Just so you'll have a little a little bit more clear understanding of what our roles and responsibilities are as trustees. We do have a fiduciary responsibility over this organization, and we have to make sure that the ship is sailing in the right direction. Okay, so with that being said, strategic plan, there's nothing to approve for policy and governance. Everything has been filed for board information. And next is strategic planning and assessment with Trustee Todd Hobler.
Right. Thank you, Madam Chair. We had our meeting on October 14th. Just for the board's information, are the minutes from our meeting on August 26th. On the 14th, we had a pretty robust discussion about the current strategic plan, SUNY Erie excels, and key performance indicators, sort of where we're at. At the time of the meeting, the institutional report card on where we're at in terms of the strategic planning goals had yet to be finalized. We now have that report and are going to review it at the next strategic planning committee meeting on November 12th. And in that context, we're going to discuss extending the plan by a year and have other conversations about what's appropriate given the circumstances the college faces and a possible new administration. So that meeting on the 12th will be important. We also had some an update on the current enrollment and other metrics that I'm sure will be reported on later during the president's report. So that's it from strategic planning for now.
Can I suggest that the SUNY Erie Foundation metrics, the goals and metrics that begin on page 51, is a good model for the metrics that we expect as part of the strategic plan for every unit of the college. I know a number of them have not yet submitted those plans, despite the fact that it was 2016 when the instruction came from SUNY Excels that each unit of the college have a set of goals and metrics by which their success will be measured. And my understanding is that not all of them have that. So I urge the Strategic Planning Committee, as we meet on November 12th, to again review this as a model, and those units that have in fact produced such a plan, that we do all that we can to make sure that every single unit of the college has a plan.
So I would ask Fabio if you wanted to add anything to the report and maybe respond to Kate's suggestion.
Certainly. Yes, of course. We will certainly take that recommendation and look at the foundation metrics. All units do maintain an action plan, and all units continue to maintain an action plan and have done so for now 3 consecutive years. So I'd be happy to discuss further and what might be getting seen somewhere. It could be that there's a report somewhere that is incorrect. But as far as I see in Nuventive in our software, every single unit of the college has maintained an action plan for the past 3 years. We have reports for each of the units that are filed in our in our strategic plan, institutional planning and assessment site. But I'm sure there's some report out there that is giving erroneous information perhaps, and I'd be happy to dive into that and see what might be going on there, or pass along the information on the unit goal reports. We're about to lock the 2019-2020 unit goals reports. So for 17 and 18, for the 17-18 academic year and for the 18-19 academic year, we locked those reports around late September, early October. We're running a little later this year just because of all of the uncertainty. We wanted to give the units a little more time. And next week, we'll lock those reports, which will give us 3 consecutive years of all of our units reporting out on their action plans. There is still some work to be done on ensuring that all goals are truly SMART goals, meaning that they are measurable and quantitative to an extent at least. Qualitative goals are fine to some extent, but really only as a complement to quantitative measures also. We, on our KPIs, on our targets, we did report out a significant increase in our graduation rate from 22% to 24.2%. And interestingly, we just looked at that in IPEDS, and due to rounding differences, IPEDS is actually reporting 25%. So we're going to look into that and make sure that all of that is on the up and up, obviously, make sure that it's correct. But that's very exciting for us because, in fact, 25% is our strategic plan's goal. And so while we're internally looking at a 24.2% metric, and in the public literature, we're seeing 25, and we'll look at that discrepancy to ensure that everything is correct, obviously. But that's very exciting news. A 2.2% graduation rate increase is significant year over year, and it puts us right where we want it to be by fall of 2020. In fact, that is the target date for that graduation rate. And I credit all of our support offices, all of our faculty, particularly instructors working with students, to just get them through and get them going. And obviously, ultimately, you gotta congratulate the students for that metric. We also reported out retention. Retention dipped by about 0.5% this year, year over year. We anticipated a larger drop just because of the uncertainty regarding re-enrollment between spring and fall. So we figured that we would lose a few more students than just a 0.5% drop. But that retention loss can also be gauged against 2 consecutive years of gains. So we're still ahead of where we were 2 years ago, fortunately. And the long-term trend is still up within the bounds of our strategic plan years. So that's exciting too, even though we had a dip. We think we held the line on COVID and all of the impacts that we've had. And that's also, really a statement of the resilience of our students. So I think that's another point of congratulations to them and to our instructors especially.
Well, I appreciate that update, and I just want to say that my comments were based on a red line version of a policy that came before the policy committee, which may have been outdated. So
my apologies for the confusion, Kate. Really, we'll get that straight.
Okay, thank you.
That's fine, no problem. And you know where we've been, so and you know where we came from 3-4 years ago. So this is all hopefully good news. And we continue to have reporting challenges in some areas. Obviously, we work with units to make sure that they have their plans up to date. Our assessment, learning outcomes assessment progress is ongoing. Our units have really done a wonderful job this past year, staying on track with learning outcomes assessment, or academic units, I mean. It is really marvelous to see our faculty continuing to do the sometimes difficult work of assessing learning outcomes in the midst of a pandemic. Everything has to be rethought in the context of remote instruction, in the context of new modalities. And so it's really nice to see that we are still more or less on track there. We're still working through the Academic Assessment Committee run by Dr. Sabrina Kane on the faculty. to make sure that everybody stays on track for the coming year. And obviously that's an ongoing piece of work, and we will continue to stay on top of that to make sure that we, just as we did in 2018 and 2019, when we reported out to middle states, to ensure that we hit 100% on both of those major metrics, on all of our units having updated action plans and reports, and then all of our academic units having learning outcomes assessments. We hit 100% both of those years. We'll continue to do that this year. I guaranteed that to this board in the past. I'll guarantee it again. It's our bread and butter. It's what we have to do. I'd be happy to take any questions on the middle states process. We are, just a brief update, we are at the point of writing now, finally. We've done a lot of evidence review, a lot of spreadsheets flying around. And at this point, for our 7 working groups, we are at the point of being able to do some initial writing, I think. We've got 1 or 2 working groups that are a little bit more behind than the others. Again, we'll work with those to make sure that they're up to speed by the time we report out in December. But we do anticipate that we will have a full initial draft of the self-study in December to share with, obviously, the board, the college community, to get feedback on that draft. At that point, we'll get that feedback over the course of the winter break and early spring, perhaps, and we will get going on a second draft. And that second draft gets released around May for final touch-ups over the summer. And then we deliver the final self-study draft to middle states somewhere around mid-August of 2021. And we have our visit, believe it's going to be late September, either the last week of September or first week of October of 2021. And we will probably find out our status perhaps in November, although most likely in March of 22. Happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Fabio.
Your comment about the foundation and how they're reporting, I did with Fabio request during the retreat trying to put the format of our report similar to how Excel's was originally approved by the Board of Trustees. So that's something that we will work on trying to get it into a little more simplified format.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fabio and Bill. And I just want to, I'm sorry, Bill, I'm sorry.
I meant to say, Todd mentioned the strategic planning committee on the 12th of November. At the retreat, we talked about all board members will certainly be invited to that. We talked about the committee of the whole that most likely will start in formality more in December, but this is sort of a major topic of discussion that we would hope all board members would engage in. Sorry for interrupting.
No, that's okay. And actually, I was going to just mention that. So during our retreat, everyone received a paper copy of the SUNY Excel's draft report card and, SUNY Erie Excel's draft report card, and also the original strategic plan report. If any trustee would want to get an electronic copy, I know that it's located on our dashboard or our web link, but if anyone would need an electronic copy, please, Kelly, if you will send that out. Also, in preparation for that meeting on November 12th, we were asked by Todd to bring all of our questions and comments in advance. So if you need any additional help with that, just let me know, or Kelly. Okay, thank you. I believe that was, thank you, Todd. And Todd, I definitely got your message. Trustee Hubler have to leave the meeting at noon in case he needs to pop off. So for the next committee meeting, it is Curriculum, Student Success, and Diversity with Susan and I as co-chairs. Susan, do you want to? Susan, you want to take this?
Yeah, you take it.
Oh, okay.
It's easier.
Okay.
I'm in the car. It's easier.
No problem. I got it.
Thank you.
So we had a very robust meeting of the Curriculum, Student Success, and Diversity. We talked about several items regarding specifically student support and faculty support during this time of COVID and online learning, and what we can do better to make sure, everyone feels supported during this time. That led to a conversation regarding our student orientation. And from that, there has been an ad hoc committee created, a working committee to revamp our student orientation, our online student orientation. There is going to be, I don't know if Andy is on here, I can't see, but there is going to be a new orientation that will be for spring semester, as well as, that will be for spring semester. And then that will lead into the final product for next fall, from what we are told. So look forward to updates about that. We are very excited to have that happen. Our minutes are reflected in the packet, but we do have a few things for board approval as well. So for board approval, there's the info-based addendum, there's a MedDent contract, and there's a Xenograde software renewal. May I please have a motion to accept those 3 items for board approval?
Move for approval.
Thank you.
Second.
May I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. Is there any discussion? Okay, hearing none, may I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
And is there a second?
Second.
Thank you. Kate, can you call the roll for these 3 items?
Yes. Todd Hobler.
Approve.
Len Lenahan, sorry.
Approve.
And I approve as well. Carrie Phillips.
Approve.
Jeff Stone.
Approve.
Susan Swartz. You may be muted, Susan.
Approve.
Thank you. Denise Wilson
You're welcome.
Approved.
and Travis Poley.
Approve.
So these 3 items unanimously carry.
Thank you. Also, just to keep on the minutes, we are still working on that evaluation for the student evaluation for each course. So I just want that to be reflected in the minutes. Okay, so I guess next is me, right? The report of the chair, my first report of the chair. And now I have just a second. I guess Riley wanted to interrupt my report. So I am not a member of any sorority, but I think what I experienced within the last few weeks would be called my initiation into my new role. I have attended a fair share of meetings, calls, and everything in between, and I love it. I have learned so much within this very short period of time, but I'll just give you an overview of what I have been doing since last month. So I attended, first and foremost, Jeff talked about it a little bit, the Erie County Fiscal Authority Board meeting, and attended via Zoom. And let me just start by saying that Bill gave such a remarkable report, transparent report, and it was so well received. And I felt such a sense of relief and just knowing that we were in good hands. And I believe that the control board felt the same way. That's the sentiment. I am excited to get through these difficult times with under the leadership of interim president Reuter, and also to have their support. So that meeting went very well. We also had our board retreat, which was a full day of information and planning. That was last Friday, actually, and that went very well, I believe. And it was mentioned, I think, just briefly by President Reuter regarding the meeting of the whole. And what we decided is that we have a lot of committee meetings, and the information is really filtered through the board trustee who attends that meeting, and then we report out. We're trying to see if there's a more efficient way to do that. And by the idea of having the committee of the whole, we will have a day, approximately 2 weeks prior to the meeting, to the Board of Trustees meeting, where each committee will do the work and report out within that time structure. And all trustees will be present, well, who can be present at that time, as in addition to the key staff members and what have you, who are normally at specific meetings. We are hoping to eliminate some duplication and also making it available, the information available to all trustees as a whole. We do need to work out a time that is adequate for our student trustee, Travis, because we want to make sure he is available and still able to attend his classes. I know he had to shuffle some things around just to attend this board meeting, and we are thankful for that. So those are some big item things that came up. Well, one of the big item things that came up during our retreat, and regarding strategic planning and our possible year extension that came up as well. We also had we had several meetings regarding the presidential search. As many of you know, we had our first meeting of the search committee, which was, I can't think of the number. It's upwards 27, maybe 27, 28 members, where each member went through the racial, I'm sorry. Went through the racial equity, diversity, and inclusion training. And that was a great start. We have also received responses and selected for interviews the search committee firms that will help guide us through this process. Lynn, I don't know, as my chair of the search committee, if you want to add anything else.
No, I think we'll take up the three. I think, Denise, you've laid it out very well. Basically, we reviewed 7 proposals that came to us, and we're going to recommend that we interview 3 of those. 2 of the 3 have a lot of SUNY experience in conducting searches for other SUNY campuses, and there's another that is, sort of looks like they're outstanding in their field. And I think we'll be taking that up later today, right? But no, I think, Denise, you've got it pretty well there.
Okay, great. So then the last thing I just want to report on, we were graciously invited to a meeting with county officials, Kevin Hardwick, legislator Kevin Hardwick, Joe, oh goodness, I have to get my notebook. Lynn, I mean,
Joe Lorigo.
Joe Lorigo.
Minority chair.
Thank you. And Tim Callan was there. We also were joined by Maureen and Andy from the college. And I think whenever a meeting starts and the first agenda item is, how can we help you? We're off to a great start. Everyone is really excited and pleased to have interim president Bill here. And we all know that his expertise with our county, with our unions, with our state has been the key right now into getting us through this very rough time. And that sentiment and energy has just spread throughout all of our key stakeholders, and building relationships, or rebuilding and relationships and expanding on, I should say, with Northland and with other workforce partners. It has just been, again, I'll use that word, refreshing for us. So we continue to work with them, and I am hopeful that, well, more than hopeful, I know that this is going to be a great start to growth in our college. So as far as my chair report, that's all I have for this month. We do have a few ad hoc committee reports. The first one is marketing. Lynn, do you have a report?
Actually, we don't. We haven't met in a while. We usually meet quarterly. But because of all the other activities that are going on, we have not met in a while. I don't know if Paula's on the call or not. If there's anything she wants to add, but we should be meeting in the not too distant future.
Thank you. I know Paula is working on that ad hoc committee for the orientation, so she's been busy there. And I know that we had a few student orientation, open houses, that Paula has been involved in as well. But I'll save that for someone else who knows a lot more. As far as the technology, Carrie, do you have a report?
Sorry about that. So we haven't met, we've decided to meet every 2 months. So I don't have a report. We met back in September, and our next meeting is next Friday, or I'm sorry, not next Friday, but Friday, November 13th. I will be sending an email soliciting some potential agenda items from the other trustees, just to get some input on some areas where we might want some feedback from that meeting. And that is all I have for now. I will also make sure that that date is distributed to everybody who wants to attend.
Thank you, Carrie. I think your committee will be very instrumental in the conversation for our December committee of the whole. I know for me, my agenda item will be workday, and workday. When, what, when, where, and why. Thank you. So as far as talent management, Susan?
It may be difficult to hear her. I can kind of start, or maybe Susan can jump in.
Thank you.
We did meet this past month with our normal talent management call, and we reviewed the consent agenda. And you have right there your August and your September report of HR transactions for your review. I don't know if there's any questions on those. We tried to put as much detail in there as we could. So those are some of the things that we discussed on the call. I don't know if Susan has anything that she wants to share, or if there's any questions on the transactions that took place during the month of August or September. Some of the key projects that we're working on in my office is I've got a draft of a handbook. We've been using the Erie County handbook for quite some time. So we're going to be having our own handbook. So that's one of the projects I'm working on now. I've got a draft of, and I'm going to be having Leslie Ortiz Fogg over at the county take a look at it, give it the legal look. And so that's one big project. And then Tracy and I, so we've just finished a Prezi presentation for the search committee training that we'll be rolling out during the month of November as well. And we're meeting and we're reviewing our onboarding process as well, Madam Chair. We want to make it a little bit more robust. We were successfully transitioned into doing everything virtual with COVID, but there's still some more things that we'd like to do. We're sort of stepping back and looking at it from the eye of the new employee that walks in. You know, how do they get to meet people on campus? How do they become more engaged within their campuses? And, you know, is there a mentor that we should be assigning to someone so we just don't bring them in the door and do your paperwork and then we send you to your office? So we're sort of stepping back and saying, you know, as a new person, what would I like to see? So we've been having some meetings on that. So we're pulling that together. And then this past month, we did have the racial equity impact analysis training. We had a total of 51 people that attended that virtually. So I'm going to be reaching out to 51 people to see if we get more people that are interested in becoming coaches, because we need to continue to grow our ranks of coaches. So those are some of the key things we're working on right now that I wanted to share. And again, I don't know if you have any questions or if Susan has anything that she'd like to.
So, first of all, I think that re-looking at the onboarding is amazing. I also would recommend, and I don't know if this is already done, but including a piece of the racial equity training in the onboarding. I know in some institutions, new hires all go through at least the implicit bias and the cultural competency, cultural humility piece as a new hire. And it almost sets the stage of the culture that is expected that for them to, you know, to work in. The other thing I just want to make note of, many of you are probably noticing, especially the new trustees, that these talent management documents are much more detailed and much more extensive than what we have been seeing in the past. And if Tracy or Bill can just quickly explain why, because this was done in the talent management meeting.
Right. I can certainly, I think the biggest reason is wanting to make sure that we're transparent with all the information. And we were providing other reports, and I think that maybe they were confusing or not, as they were more of a generalized report. So now we're looking at trying to create a report that's more comprehensive and certainly easier to understand and easier to read categories. So I think that was the biggest reason. I think that people had a lot of questions about the reports, and they weren't always easy to read for folks. So we're trying to make it so it's a little bit more easy to read and understand. And hopefully we'll have a few more people join our talent management call. I'd like to see more trustees on the call as well. I think it helps us as well too, and it helps to keep you all more engaged with HR, and you know, helps to provide more guidance for us as well.
I would just piggyback on that. For November, we still will have a separate talent management committee, but going forward in December, talent management will be part of the committee of the whole. So all trustees will certainly be invited, and that gets to Tracy's point. I think previously the transaction report was sort of just a report that was produced at a workday. So yes, it was confusing because Workday has a number of entries for employees, depending upon retiring, or they're adjunct, or doing additional services. So it was a little confusing. So there's a major cleanup in that regard. And then for the month of November, I'm not sure if it was Kate or other trustees, but we will have one talent management report. It's not going to be a blue color and a white color. It's going to be one report going forward. First section will be any items that the board must approve, but after that we'll include all the necessary information. So it will not be multiple documents you need to look at in the future. We certainly have a very limited hiring that's going on at this college, so that's a good thing, but we strive to simplify and make the information, as Tracy said, much more transparent. So that's our goal. And as you see these new designs, new reports that come out, we ask you for your input to how we can continuously improve.
Right, correct. Yep, feedback is welcome, okay?
Tracy, you mentioned employee handbook. Is that something that's been vetted or will be vetted with the unions? Because I may recall recall, I may be incorrect, but I believe the collective bargaining agreements make reference to the county's handbook. And if we're doing our college handbook, that may be something that would have to be negotiated with our unions. I don't know that.
Yeah, let me look into that. I don't think it needs to be negotiated. I did tell the unions back when we started this project, this project has been going on for so many years. And so anyway, so we're finally coming to a point where we're going to have somewhat of a draft. So I did tell the unions that they certainly would be able to take a look at the draft, but it does not have to be negotiated.
All right, thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. Any other questions for Tracy or Bill regarding talent management? All right. I'm sorry, I'm just getting my my agenda back on my screen. Okay. So report of the interim president. Bill?
Thank you, and I apologize in advance for maybe the length, but I do want to keep the board apprised of some of the items that are going on at the college. Before I even get into the enrollment report, I do want to, I guess I'll segue. Jeff mentioned that I would give more information on a couple items that were part of the budget and audit committee. Chargebacks, he mentioned, chargebacks are found on page 78 and 79. Just a little context, I went through it at the board retreat, but basically a chargeback, any student from New York State can attend Erie Community College or any community college within the state, and if they have a certificate of residency, they pay that school's tuition rate. A chargeback is when we get a student from outside Erie County attending ECC, or if a Erie County resident goes to, say, for instance, Niagara County, those colleges can charge a sort of a tuition premium back to the counties for where the students come from. And that tuition premium is a chargeback, an operating chargeback account. Since we keep so many of our Erie County residents in the attending ECC, we're only generating about $1 million to $1.1 million of chargeback revenues. But the 7, 8, 9, 10% of students that go elsewhere, we are losing most of those students to Niagara County Community College. And Niagara's chargeback rate is more than 2 times ECC's chargeback rate. So even if we lose 1 student and they gain 2, or vice versa, the chargebacks to the county are significant. What Erie County does, it's not in statute, because some counties treat it differently. So Erie County pays the chargebacks to those other community colleges. For instance, Niagara County Community College receives over $4 million of county taxpayer dollars. And then what the county does is they re-levy it the following year to the municipalities from which the students come from, to Jeff's point. So you have Grand Island, I think like $600,000. You have Amber, $400,000. You have Town of Amherst in excess of $1 million. City of Buffalo in excess of $1 million. That's the chargeback that those municipalities, those students from that municipality are going to another community college. Most of them are going to Niagara, but they go to FIT because FIT is not only a community college, it's treated as a community college, but they offer 4-year degrees and master degree program. So those chargebacks are throughout the entire state. So the reports that you find in your budget and audit, page 78, 79, really gives you the information about the chargeback rates as well as where the chargebacks come from. And there's a segue, Jeff alluded to it, there's a segue on the state budget. Chargebacks, the rate that we charge is based upon our submission to SUNY, our budget annual submission. And the less students you have drives a higher chargeback rate. But if the college is projecting to use more of a fund balance, that's going to generate a higher chargeback rate. This year, SUNY Erie passed its budget, assuming a 20% cut in state financial aid, state aid for base aid for us. And when SUNY asked all the colleges and did the final SUNY reports, they made it this budget submission assuming there was going to be no cuts. Because if everyone assumed that 20% cut, chargeback rates would have skyrocketed throughout the state of New York, and SUNY was afraid of the pushback. All of a sudden, there's going to be tax dollars going out, and there was no way to appease the municipalities. Right now, our rate is based upon assuming we get 100% of the state aid next year. Genesee's, same thing. Niagara is the same thing. But if you look at the rates, Niagara rates, even assuming there's no state aid cut, their rate went up 16.42% this past year. Genesee's went up 26.7%, I believe. So there's a significant increase in the rates, even with the assumption there's no reduction in state aid. So it's not a good situation. I have a feeling chargebacks will certainly be a focus again. This has been an ongoing issue. I've been a convert back and forth. I hated chargebacks. I went to Hudson Valley Community College, and they generated, compared to Erie's $1 million, they generated almost $20 million of chargebacks because only 25% of their students come from Rensselaer County. And now I'm back at Erie, so now I not like chargebacks anymore. So it's certainly going to get, I think, a lot of play as municipalities are starting to pay these bills for the fall. And I would assume that SUNY will take a look at it again. It's been analyzed and scrutinized for many, many years. From purely a community college standpoint, chargebacks are good in the sense that we get monies without having to pay anything, but we do lose students, so we lose state aid and we lose student tuition, but we do not pay any chargebacks to another community college. The other, I mentioned the state delay. State delay is affecting our fourth quarter of 1920, as well as what we're projecting for 2021. The dialogue from the state is delay or a pause. You heard Trustee Stone give a very good detailed explanation of the federal stimulus. That delay, if there is no federal stimulus, I believe will become a cut. And then the other component of that potential cut right now, a delay, is in any funds we get through the Higher Education Services Corporation, meaning TAP. We get last year, I believe, about $12 million in TAP. And if we get cut at 20%, that's a $2.4 million hit that's not anticipated in the budget. It was not on anybody's radar going in because everyone felt that TAP was a sacred program. We are being directed by SUNY to, in fact, assume TAP is 100%. So when we disperse funds to students, we are assuming 100%. So we, the community colleges, will be left holding that 20% as of right now. Again, subject to any kind of stimulus, changes in the state, a lot of unknowns still as far as 1920 and 2021. Any questions on the finance type reports? I will mention one other thing. We continue on a weekly basis. Thank you, Amy. We continue to report on a weekly basis to SUNY about FEMA eligible costs. We have filed a FEMA claim. No idea what, if any, amount will eventually be received from the federal government under that federal emergency reclaim. I think as of yesterday, we had eligible expenses totaling $186,000 of FEMA eligible costs. So that's from a finance standpoint. If I can go, and please stop me at any point, I'm going to just move into enrollment. Actually, before I even get into that, if you look over my right shoulder, we have everyone's picture on the wall. I know they were on there last month, but Travis is now gracing our wall of fame, and Denise has moved up along top, and Jeff has moved up to the top line also. So we're trying to make sure that our pictures are kept up to date. So I will move into enrollment. Bob, can you fire up fall enrollment, please? Can you make that any larger, or maybe if you focus on the first top part, first Bob, to the bottom? So this is a picture of our fall enrollment right now, a point in time, same point in time last year to this year. We have been trending right about this level now going on probably a week and a half. We go under 17, we go slightly above 17, but year to year, we are down 17% on FTEs and 16.5% on headcount. We had assumed a 15% decline. This page shows you the demographics and the enrollment by campus. You can see that South is sustained the largest decline to date, followed by North and City. And distance learning is showing robust increases. The next page, Bob, if you could just go to the next page and then we'll go back to this. If you go to the next page, it shows by higher education history. And I hate to say that first time's only down 12.7% and continuing's down only 9.7%. But considering where we had budgeted and what our overall declines are, this is actually good news. Where we missed the boat dramatically was in our transfer population. It's down 72%. If we were anywhere near our numbers from last year, or even at 50% of last year, we would hit our enrollment goal for fall of 2019-20 compared to the budget. Bob, if you go back.
Before we leave that, can I ask what the difference is between returning and continuing?
Returning is they have been out of the college for more than one semester.
Okay.
So a continuing is fall to spring, and that's our consistent, or returning is has not.
Not consistent. Okay, got it.
I got a question too as well. As far as the transfers, is that included with like international students, or do we have a category for international students?
It would if they are transferring from another institution, any credit. And just in the going winter, so we run a semester in what's called the winter. It starts in January. It's a very short semester. It's 14 or 15 days. And we've seen a downturn in that from winter 19, winter 20. What we're working with the faculty and staff right now on identifying courses that ran with good enrollment from winter 20, winter 19 to enhance our offering. So we are trying to get the numbers back to minimally winter 20. And I'm going to mention a couple of initiatives that the faculty really have taken hold of. But one of the things they're really working on is messaging within the classroom, notifying students that are currently in their class of spring enrollment when that opens up, as well as winter enrollment. So they actually are working with Phil Struble, our Vice President of Enrollment Management, on messaging to put it on their Blackboard and reading class. And they are really stepping to the plate on helping us, because we don't have all the answers. It's it takes a village. You hear that expression. It really takes everybody at the college working together. The other thing that the faculty have really stepped up. I think for years the college has grappled with doing sort of a late start program. And I recall when I was at Hudson Valley, one of the faculty members, Adrian Rannick, reached out to me because Hudson Valley had a very robust late start, early start, 7 a.m. classes, weekend classes. And Adrian approached me if I could put him in contact with some individuals from Hudson Valley on how Erie could possibly move forward. And so Adrian, his leadership, but it's a lot of people working together. There's financial aid, registrar, the student service officers. We're moving forward with a program called Project Complete. We're actually offering 3 courses that will be starting in this fall, a late start. So it'll be like a compressed 7-week schedule. And it's going to be an American history, human interaction, and survey mathematics. Those are 3 programs under guided pathways that students have some difficulty completing. So we're trying to keep them on that pathway to completion, thus the name. So we'll start November 2nd and finish just like our fall semester, December 23rd. We'll assess the success of the students and the program, and then hopefully we'll launch something similar going forward into the spring and make it part of our offerings going forward. So again, it's a lot of people working together. No one has all the answers, but a lot of people are very, very committed to seeing the college turn around our enrollment free fall. So I appreciate all the support from faculty, all the administrators, and all the individuals staff of the college. I would ask at this point, the last part of that report, Bob, if you could put that back up. The bottom is our 1920 enrollment. Sorry about that. Right on the bottom, I guess this is the only glimmer of good news that we're seeing with our enrollment right now. So there's 3 entries, FTEs. This is what the original budget was, what we included as our projected final 1920 enrollment in, I believe, when the board passed the original budget back in June, when we had an opportunity to take a second look at it, working with Fabio and Phil, we recast. We thought our enrollment would finish a little higher than original. And as of, I believe, Tuesday, Fabio shared that at this point in time, we believe that our final enrollment will be the 9,341 FTE. So we're above where we thought we would be. Still not great, still down year to year, but at least from a financial budget perspective, we are exceeding where we thought we would be. With that, I'm going to ask that Phil Struble does a very brief update on the enrollment funnel. And just so the board is aware, the reports that I just shared with you is information that's coming out of colleague. As we transition, the reports that Phil is going to share is information that we're gleaning from Workday. So at the end of the day, you know, Denise mentioned about Workday on the next technology subcommittee. Someday we will have one system where we're reporting information on. So with that, Phil, take us through our funnel open house.
Share the report for me real quick. Thank you. As Bill said, we're working. How we're tracking the enrollment funnel is part of the data is coming out of Workday, and the other part is coming out of Colleague. And I want to thank Fabio for his patience with me in teaching me how to pull the data and learn all this information. So as you can see, right now, in terms of student inquiries, we're about 80%, about 81% of where we were a year ago. Our student applications are up about 20% versus a year ago, and our admits are down. We're about 76%. The good news is we've seen this week an upsurge in applications. We've had about 200 applications since Monday. On a week-to-week average, we've been only averaging about 25 to 30 new applicants. It doesn't just include first-time students, that includes transfer students and returning students as well. So we are well positioned if you look at the application numbers to really get ahead and get ourselves on pace to really meet or beat last year's hopefully new admitted numbers. 120 of those applications are in the hands of being reviewed right now. We've completed another 123 that'll get out to the counselors and the competitive departments tomorrow. So that's about 243 applications that could be added to that admitted number within the next week. So we're excited about that. A lot of the enrollment efforts for the spring have been geared towards maximizing what we have. Obviously, we're not out and about recruiting like we have, so we're maximizing the applicants we have. We started with our fall applicants that didn't enroll and our incomplete applicants that didn't enroll. We're working that pool pretty heavily. So we were tracking a little bit ahead on applicants as a result of that. Additionally, we have 3 open house sessions this week virtual. Our last one is tonight at City Campus. And the recruitment team is doing virtual information sessions every week. And the counselors have really begun scheduling virtual instant admission sessions with high school guidance counselors. And so that will really be a contributor towards our fall term. So any questions?
Phil, this is Len. I talked to a student this week that sort of fell through the cracks, but I reported her, and I know you're on it now. I guess my question is, how can we tighten the communication or the flow of information to students that, are thinking of, going to the school, or maybe have taken a few steps into close to, being admitted, but getting them the services they need or the advice. In this case, this person didn't get the counseling she needed, and she, I think we're going to get her back in the spring, but it's just, my main concern again, and I know we're dealing in this COVID infested environment where we can't get a lot of the, touch, close contact that we want, but how do we tighten up our flow of information and our communication to these students who are interested in coming here, particularly, to dig down a little bit, drill down and get into what they want to take. How do they get information about, student financial aid? How do we tighten that up?
Well, really, it's making the connection point from admissions to the next steps. That's what we're working on. With our continuing student base right now, the personal counselors are reaching out to all of our students to kind of to check their temperature, see what services they need, and then connect them to the next step. That's going to be the next step with new transfer and returning students, Len. We've done for the past years, we've done a great job of generating inquiries, applications, and getting these students admitted. What we're lacking is getting them to the enrollment point. So the admissions counselors are going to be that connection point. You know what I mean? Okay, after we review students, as we get into later in the term when advisement starts, there'll be outreach in regards to, okay, you're accepted. These are your next steps. Have you done orientation? This is who your faculty advisor is. This is how you find that person. So the easiest way to do it right now, Len, without reinventing and, with our technology transition, is that human connection.
I'm sorry, would you just repeat that last part again?
I said the easiest way to do it right now, rather than because how our technology is really transitioning between the two systems, is that human connection, that human outreach.
Right. Absolutely. I just think that's the game changer right there. If we can make that connection and making sure that students that are still not sure what they want to take or, where they're going, that they get, if you can make that human touch. Yeah. And get them the services they need. I think that's the game changer.
Yeah, that's the plan. Like I said, it's on the continuing students. We'll roll it over to the new transfer students. Also, based on what Bill said, we've been working with the faculty. They've been fantastic. A communication went out to all students yesterday about advanced registration, which starts November 9th. And then our full communication plan to our current student base about registration, how to contact your advisor, all that kind of stuff is planned, and it's being launched next week, and will go through the start of the semester. The marketing team's been great. We did a nice update to the advisement page on the website, so students can go and really kind of look and find out how to get advisement, and it kind of orders it. This is what I do. This is how I get there. So we're really looking at how we communicate with all of our students. Not just the new students, but the continuing students as well, because retention will be just as important.
Thanks, Phil.
Thank you, Len. That's all I have, Bill.
Thanks, Bill. And trustees, rest assured, Bill is the right person for the job. He is running a weekly enrollment managers committee meeting. And just to emphasize the point, he has opened up the committee. It's not just members of the administration, it's now the teaching faculty, it's the college senate, it's an all hands on deck. Everyone has, ideas, and no idea is a bad idea. So Bill, thank you for, taking this interim rollover. And if you're successful, I'll
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate the support.
staying with the enrollment theme, I reached out to Monroe County Community College just on Tuesday. I had learned about a program they have called Return. It is a program where one of our barriers for students to re-enroll is if they have student debt, if they owe us money, we won't allow them to register. So there's a program that we can put them in a payment plan and give them some guidelines on how to repay that debt while they're continuing coming back to the college. So we, again, are looking for some information from Monroe, and we'll try to roll that out. As of Tuesday, they indicated they actually had 90 students that enrolled through that Return to Complete program. Again, anything we hear out there as far as maybe best practices or new initiatives, we're certainly looking at it. As far as some quick college updates,
Bill, before you go, because I don't want to lose this one. So it's called the Return to Complete program. And so if you have a balance with us, we will not stop your registration. We'll work out a payment plan and you can enroll as long as you're paying. How can you just, the reason why I'm asking is this, and you just got me so excited. There is, in this community, it is known, it was said that ECC will take the students, take their money and throw them away, like if they didn't finish, which, as we know, when a student, they don't complete, it hurts their credit, it hurts their chances of enrolling into another institution. And this was a huge branding issue that I thought could be addressed with our college. And so it makes me so happy to know that we are doing this now. And I want to be one of the ones to help spread this message to students and other people who I'm connected with. This is, as you know, financial aid and finances, period, especially during this time, is a huge barrier for continuing education. And it just puts you back further and further and further. So I think as an institution, this right here is going to be huge because it allows people to, really start over and give them a second chance. And decisions that were made at 17 and 18 are no longer going to be a hindrance for, you now in your 20s as you're trying to get started for life. So I just want to say yes, thank you, and show me the flyer that I can start to promote this, please.
we're not quite there yet. I just
okay. I'm sorry, I got excited.
No, I just reached out to Monroe Tuesday, so it's something we certainly are going to move forward. But all your touch points, everything you just said, is the reason why this is a program that would be appealing. Students do make bad financial decisions. We have students that take their financial aid, Pell, they get at a certain date, they get 100% of their Pell before the semester ends, and they have liability. Same with TAP, and there's sometimes some poor decisions or they don't use the money appropriately. So this gives them an opportunity to come back and sort of get that fresh slate. Again, it's not a perfect program, but if it allows some of our students to come back and start anew, it's good. So
could you check with Paul Amata on that? Because I'm pretty sure we passed a policy on that a while ago about returning students and having this kind of budget. They're required to have this budget kind of put in place. I'm looking right now through things, but I'm not coming up with it, but I'm pretty sure we have something on the books about this.
This would actually be a payment plan that right. So I'll check with Paul. As far as the board has asked me to let them know, as far as the retirees through August 31st, we have no additional retirees that have returned. It's mainly teaching faculty that by contract they are allowed. There was 3 administrators that came back, and they have a 60-day window, which is rapidly closing. We do have another round of retirements that are as of the end of this semester. As of the earlier this week, we've had 28 individuals that have contacted the HR office to express that they are possibly interested. CSA and ASME are white collar and blue collar unions. They have until October 30th to rescind their request, and then the Administrators Association and Faculty Association have until November 6th to rescind their commitment. So at the next meeting, we'll have a much better sense of where we are as far as the second round of early retirements. In regards to the foundation, Kate, you mentioned Paul Lamana. I just met with Tom Baker, who is in charge of the investment portfolio for the foundation, and with Paul Lamana. And there was a lot of discussion, but at the end of the day, Tom Baker, whose dad used to be the head of the Oshai Foundation, he's going to try to reconnect us to the Oshai Foundation. I did participate in the Patrick Lee Scholarship, Patrick Lee Foundation Scholarship ceremony, and I'll tell you, I've never met Mr. Lee before, but he spent a lot of time with the students, the awardees, so humble, down to earth, and listened to each and every one of the stories of the awardees and offered, comments, suggestion. It was just a very warm, wonderful ceremony. So
Along those lines, can I ask you, do we have any scholarships, or maybe you don't know, that kind of assist folks who have an identified mental health issue? Because the Lee Foundation is all about mental health, and they support. So if we have any kind of scholarship like that, we should definitely introduce it to them. They may be able to fund it.
I don't know the answer to your question offhand, Kate, but we did have dialogue about expanding the programs that he wants to support, and it was like graduation for trustees and the president. It was something like that really made you realize what a difference you're making in people's lives. Each of the individuals are, except one, were like single parents and going back to school after years being out, and just everyone's overcoming odds to be successful.
Student success. I mean, that's what it's all about. And our mental health programs to be able to help. I mean, that's the kind of thing, if we kind of lay out to them what we're doing, we might be able to get some sponsorship.
That suggestion I shared with the board during the retreat. We're still working on the red line version of the foundation operating agreement. Hopefully sometime in the month of November, we'll have something for the board to review as a draft. I'll be working with both Paul Lamana as well as Mark Allen, the foundation board president. And I got to attend my first foundation board meeting earlier this month. As far as county updates, I continue to have a monthly meeting with the county executive. Had one last Thursday. He has his deputy county budget director participate in those meetings. I had previously reached out to the deputy budget director about the county cares funds that they had, and he assured me that come December, if there's any dollars that are unspent, they've had like 3 major buckets. One of the buckets was not spending as quickly as they thought, but the other buckets, especially the assistance to small businesses, had more applications than dollars available. So I'm hopeful. I'm not planning on it. I didn't count it, but if anything comes to fruition, that would most likely be in December. And I also shared with the board an idea that came to me about capital chargebacks, and they were very receptive about that. Chairwoman Wilson mentioned Kevin Hardwick's working group, informal working group. Also at the table, besides the Administrative Association President Maureen Doyle and Faculty President Andy Sacco, You had the Deputy County Budget Director, you had the liaison between the County Executive's Office and the Legislature, as well as the Minority Chief of Staff. Tim Cowan is the Majority Chief of Staff. And to the person, they are very supportive and want to help the college. They do not want to micromanage or get involved in the weeds, but they want to be able to help the college move forward. One of the quick things I mentioned during the meeting was that right now we have an operating subsidy that we get from the county that by the autonomy agreement requires us to get it no later than April 15th of each year. That's the bulk of the funds that we get from the county. And I suggested maybe if they could accelerate that, it's a budgeted cost for the year. If they could accelerate that for a couple of months, it helps us with cash flow and interest. And that seemed to pique the interest. So we'll see where that goes. We still have on the books, we're trying to get a joint ECC Erie County Advisory Committee. I think it used to be called C4. That the meeting was supposed to be scheduled sometime this week. That's with college and county representatives, but they're going to try to push that off until after Election Day. As far as the county is concerned, Department of Public Works continues to help us significantly. I was on a almost 2-hour conference call with them and Ken Design and Bergman architects looking at the skylight project at city campus. So we're trying to move forward. We're also moving forward with all the other projects that we're looking at. It was already mentioned about the control board. I would say that part of their concern, they looked at last year's projections versus this year's projections, and it has changed dramatically because of the significant enrollment decline, but it's certainly information that is useful as we plan ahead. I had a meeting with Nikki Kearns, the county clerk, and about CARES Act and ways possibly we can leverage some CARES Act. And Nikki certainly offered any assistance he can to this institution, and I did not know that, but Nikki actually teaches a course in marketing for Erie Community College. So he's a great friend to the college. Some SUNY updates. COVID-19, it's not really SUNY, but it is. SUNY is moving us into the pool testing arena. As of close of business yesterday, we've had 1,616 mainly students, but some staff that have been tested through the pool testing, and we've only had 2 positives. We have not gotten back the results from the last 2 days, so when I extract those 248 that were tested in the last 2 days from the 1,616, our positive test rate is 0.146% of our students, which is fantastic, knocking wood right now. We will continue with the pool testing. We are shifting our hours at both North and South to try to accommodate some of our evening students that are coming onto our campus. And we have added Northland to the testing area because we have students taking courses at Northland. That was one of our 2 positive pool tests, was a student from Northland. We are moving our checkpoints. We've had checkpoints out at South and North Campus and basically kept our campus closed except for one entrance into the campus. We have now opened those entrances and exits to all the campuses, and we're moving the checkpoints inside. As of last week, we had 4,357 students and staff that have registered for Campus Clear, so that's the mechanism we use to get on campus. It's self-reporting, but it is working so far. We have a COVID task force that meets as a group once a week. Amy Yoder and Mark Charlick have done an incredible, awesome job. And Mark, they both update me all the time. Amy does the reporting to SUNY because we have to report all our testing to SUNY. But Mark is making sure that we have at least a 90-day supply of all PPE equipment at any point in time. So he's making sure he's sourcing all the equipment. Both of them have excellent connections with the county. The 2 positives, we had employed the contact tracers from the county. And again, knock wood, so far so good. The chancellor has come out with some guidelines Previously, I reported on the guidelines about the spring semester that we would not be able to do any kind of face-to-face for either winter, which we weren't planning on, nor any face-to-face until February 1st, as well as not having a spring break. Just recently, there's been new direction coming out that we are going to be mandated to test every student at SUNY Erie that comes on this campus, whether it's for a class, whether it's to go to the library, whether it's to register, any and all students within 10 days of the end of the semester. Every student. That is the subject of a lengthy 2-hour meeting next Monday night with the chancellor and every president on how, in fact, we can roll that out. A lot of the SUNY directives are really targeting the four-year schools that have student housing. They're trying to stop the spread. A lot of four-year schools are shutting down at Thanksgiving, and it's only remote and/or completing the semester by Thanksgiving. They want to control the spread, so they do not want students from a SUNY institution going back to their home county or home state and spreading the virus. And I appreciate and applaud what the chancellor is doing. It does cause some logistics and some, problems for us to carry it out, but we will carry it out the best we can do. Yesterday, we have a bi-weekly Western New York Regional Presidents meeting, and we're all sort of commiserating, but the other colleges that are on that call all have dorms, so they're in a little slightly different of a position than we are. But we talked at length about, our presence on campus with our staff, and it was clear to me every college, every community college in the West New York, all student-facing offices are open, are staffed, and Jamestown is, at this point in time, subject to change, planning on bringing back everybody on campus starting in January. Again, subject to change, but it's just nice to sort of hear what other colleges are doing and some of the challenges they're facing. Some of the meetings that I've been...
Bill, can I just, it's perfectly legitimate to say that there are students of ours who don't have to come on campus and can certainly complete the semester without doing so. So, okay.
Absolutely. There's from a population standpoint, figuring about 80% of our students are wholly remote. Right? About 25% of our sections are not because
labs,
small sections. So yes, so you have somebody on this call who's a student that comes on our campus because he's in a health science program that needs the in-person lab. So we're doing the best we can. And again, Amy, Mark do, and everybody, I shouldn't just say Amy, Mark, they're the leaders of that group, but it's taking, again, everybody at the college to be involved. Some of the meetings, Drew, SUNY trustee Eunice Lewin, she referred me to reach out to a company called Buffalo Construction Consultants and J&C Construction Services, two construction firms that sort of evolved out of the Simonelli organization, very well respected. They're working on a lot of large projects with Adium Tasago's assistant Ardeen. She got a meeting together with myself and Adium and the two department chairs from construction and civil technology. I was blown away by Bob Gillis and Sean Hill, the two department chairs of those two departments, academic departments, of their knowledge, their connections, their commitments to our students. So that is bringing another meeting now. We are going to have it at Northland because Northland has, I mentioned at the retreat, an empty shell that we are going to look to see if we can possibly look to start a program at Northland in the construction and civil technology area. So again, just making those contacts is important. JMZ, I shared with the board, we are hoping to have them part of our committee of the whole in December. I reached out to Jean Stark, who did a lot of the master planning. She is going to send me sort of a draft as to how to move forward. She did send to me yesterday. She realized the contract has already been extended once by the college. There's about $155,000 left to be spent on the contract. and the extension actually expired September 30th. So we'll have to extend that contract. There is dollars left on the contract, but I gave Jean a sense on, where we may want to look at some scenario planning with the college as we move forward. So we will hopefully have her and her team as part of the December committee of the whole. I had the occasion to meet with, again, when I meet, a lot of them is remote, but Dottie Gallagher from the Buffalo Niagara Partnership yesterday. And again, it's, everyone wants to partner, everybody wants to help. It's the community. We talk about all the students, talked about workforce development. Our workforce development person retired, and I broached the idea of with Dottie Gallagher about, how can we leverage their workforce people from the partnership instead of recreating. So there's so many entities out there, and she was not aware that we had a one-stop from the Workforce Investment Board operating on our campus right now. So there is, I think, some synergy to play out there. She has some challenges. She's in the midst of trying to raise some money because COVID changed her business model, but that's something, that partnership would be very important with the Buffalo Niagara Partnership. Staying with that partnership chamber theme, hopefully I'm meeting with AJ Baines from the Amherst Chamber of Commerce next week. Dennis Elzenbach has asked us to participate in a meeting with Veridai Ferrantes. It's a facility that's actually on East Elvin, and they build battery systems that replace diesel combustion engines, some of which, or all of which, I don't know anything about. I know how to check my oil in my car, that's about it. But he reached out to not only the college, but Northland, again, building that partnership. And Dennis is a huge supporter of SUNY Erie. Student perspective, I had presented Jordan Reiner. He was our President's Medal recipient. Normally they are recognized at graduation. Graduation did not occur, so through Gail's help, we actually asked Jordan to have a luncheon with myself and Dean Perry, as well as Doug Scheid, our provost, and it was a very nice lunch. It turns out both of his parents are ECC employees. One now is retired, but his dad is in the ITS department. And then again, staying on that student theme, we talked last month about getting out the vote, getting our students knowledgeable, and the board had approved a contract with TurboVote. Reached out to Dean Perry yesterday, and he was able to link 119 students with voter registration material through that Erie branded TurboVote. And then today, I'm not sure exactly what time, but the Office of Applied Learning and Global Engagement is having a webinar with our students that are not eligible to vote, to talk with them on the United States political process and how they can get involved even if they cannot vote. So I applaud Jason on his efforts, and he reached out to me yesterday. Travis was going to send out a communication to all the students reminding them to get a vote out, and I asked that if I could attach my name, and we send it out jointly between Travis as the president of the student government and a board trustee, as well as myself as interim president. So hopefully we'll get that out. I participated in a climate change forum with our students through Phi Theta Kappa, and they're very excited about moving that forward. And then I mentioned previously about our challenges at South Campus with our bookstore, and that will be closing the first week in November. We've extended some changes to the contract with Follow through the ASC, which is a separate 501c3, but there are challenges with South Campus with no childcare this semester because lack of participation, as well as our cafeteria sales are at $50 a day, which is not enough to sustain activities. And then I participated at the request of the Administrators President, Maureen Doyle. I participated in the Administrators Association membership meeting last Thursday and shared some budget and financial and enrollment information and responded to any questions they had. And then just before I came in here, Damon College reached out. Doug and I had met with Damon. I had met separately with the president of Damon, and they sent a proposal of a 2+2+1 program, which is a direct entree after 2 years from ECC into Damon, all courses being accepted, and then they'd have 2 years to complete their bachelor's at Damon and 1 year for a master's. What I think got me most excited, which I asked them, instead of just denying a student, can they conditionally accept a student based upon going to SUNY Erie and completing 2 years in the academic program? So their proposal is to call them associate students, but as part of the associate student status, they would be entitled to live on campus at Damon, participate in all of Damon's activities, participate in their food services. So it's a model that makes a lot of sense. It gives students additional choice, and it certainly would be a feeder for Damon. So it would be a win-win again. More to be flushed out, but they just sent that earlier today based upon a couple of meetings we've had to date. Registrar that's been mentioned. I'm just trying to quickly go through. I think I pretty much hit everything else that I want to mention. We are going to get the spring schedule out as soon as possible. We're trying to make it as clear as possible. There was some confusion the way our schedule went out for the fall, whether it was in person, what days and times the classes were going to be meeting. So we're trying to make it a little clearer as far as the offerings, when they're offered, and the responsibility of students in connection. And with that, Madam Chair, that concludes my interim president's report, and I would request that the board move into executive session at the closure of this meeting to discuss potential litigation, collective bargaining matters, and contractual matters.
Thank you, Interim President Reuter. Just regarding the 2+2+1, I think, Doug, you may know this, but did we have something like that before, or some type of possible?
Yeah, we have transfer articulation agreements, very extensive ones with all of our regional colleges. For example, Buff State had an agreement to convert that into a dual admissions, so that the student would, in theory, it really is just a transfer articulation, but at transfer, after receiving their associate's degree, they wouldn't have to apply at Buff State. They would just have to fill out an intent to enroll. Okay. And we're interested in creating that sort of an umbrella agreement on top of our transfer articulations, which are program to program, so that you know what courses are going to be accepted. On all of those transfer articulations, like this one with Damon, but with other of our local receiving colleges, just to give a student that one easier transfer, so it's not an application, but also to give a student a sense, especially if this was their destination or perhaps their original application goal and perhaps they weren't accepted, to give a student a sense that, yes, in fact, you are headed toward your goal, your receiving institution is waiting for you, and that can help students persist since the goal is more assured. And there are lots of other opportunities with that in place, like Damon's concept of housing on campus. There's lots of other opportunities that we can create.
Okay, thank you so much.
Sure.
Anyone? Okay, great. So we'll have the student trustee report. Travis?
You, I'm Chair. I'm going to start off with the Student Government Association. I don't know if everyone here does know or did not know that elections were postponed until the fall. So a lot of the members who we would have already elected in those positions have just started. In the beginning of the semester, we did not have a full team. So we had to move to an appointment session, which took place this week, and can say that we do now have a president at every campus, and we have filled positions at every campus besides a project coordinator at North. So I was able to reach out to a lot of the to all the members and the presidents at the different campuses, and you know, a lot of our responsibilities in student engagement and representing the student body. Granted, with classes not being in person, there seems to be some difficulty reaching out to a lot of the students, but through the discussions that we've been having, you know, I've definitely asked, you know, if they see people in the hallways, we can definitely get some more feedback from the students and what some of their concerns are. I know we're going to start working on some different ways that we can reach out to more students now that we're in a virtual format and everyone is at home. But that's going to be some discussions that we have with our tri-campus meeting here coming up in November. As far as concerns of some students and things that I've personally heard, I can touch base on is coming from some international students and some of the things that they've had to go through throughout last semester and this semester. One thing was housing. I know obviously we did shut down housing for the semester, and there were some concerns with some students who became homeless during this last semester and are still struggling to find stable housing. You know, with a lot of the uncertainty that goes around with the pandemic here, you know, I had one student express that some of their family moved out of the country and they stayed behind. You know, and I can only think about the struggles that some of those international students go through with not having that kind of support, and obviously basic needs of shelter. You know, I think about one thing that you learn in social services is Maslow's hierarchy of basic needs, and you know, shelters, obviously, food and shelters is one of them. So I wanted to bring up that. You know, obviously, I haven't been. It's my first board meeting, so some of the discussions that have been had, I may not be aware of, but you know, I did want to bring that up as a concern. You know, some other concerns with an online format is obviously this is new to a lot of students, especially new students who are going to college straight out of high school. I mean, this is not something that people have been prepared for. You know, some students may be lacking necessary skills to learn in an online format. So, you know, I think, you know, working with the orientation board and some of the committees that we're having to give some of that input on, you know, maybe some kind of training as far as better habits that students can have to be successful for this year could be very important. Because I know I had brought up to the board last week that, you know, as far as Blackboard and navigating through Blackboard and having different professors use Blackboard in different ways where it's not all streamlined, you know, it can be a little bit difficult for that. Another area of concern is obviously collaboration with other students where because obviously 80% of students are not on campus, I know there's some hesitation sometimes to reach out to professors, and a lot of times students use, you know, their fellow students to help understand what's happening with courses. So I know that is obviously a concern with students' success here with this format. I was able to obviously have a long conversation with some international students here. We are actually very fortunate to have some international students within our SGA to get that insight as well. So again, with the housing, one thing that came up was scholarship opportunities. had heard some a voice that were concerned that some of the scholarship opportunities aren't available to international students. I don't know how true that is, or if that's just a misunderstanding. But within some of the requirements, I don't know if anyone could speak on that at all.
Travis, I do not have an answer, but I wrote it down to follow up with the foundation, and we'll communicate to you. I just don't have a quick answer. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Travis, just regarding, well, I'll let you finish your report.
Okay. I mean, those were some of the main, obviously, the main concerns that I had. Where the SGA is excited to up the engagement with students and get very creative this year with how we can reach more students and hear their voice. But that, I mean, those are things that we're gonna discuss here in our next Tri-Campus meeting.
Thank you, Travis. So Travis brought up a lot of challenges, and I know that a lot of faculty members and administrative people are working to address several of those challenges. And I'm wondering, I guess I'll give this message to Bill, or this question to Bill. What is the best way to make sure that these issues that Travis are bringing up aren't, well, let's say they have a home and they have someone appointed who's working on them. How will he know to, or who will he know to direct these things to immediate? Well, like the housing, the food, that's like immediate.
The forum that he just mentioned is certainly one. He doesn't have to wait for the board meetings to reach out to myself, and his student government sort of point of contact is we have a dean of students that really works with student government, so Jason Pierre. So with Jason and myself, even outside board meetings, are just communicate, let us know, keep us focused. We need to hear that kind of feedback, and that's why it's so important to have a student trustee as part of the board.
Dean Perry, he is not normally at our student success meetings, curriculum student success diversity meetings, and perhaps he should be as we work through and talk about these issues that Travis is bringing up.
He will be.
Okay.
Denise, can I make a comment?
Sure.
Travis, regarding the international students, they're concerned for scholarships. From my background in international students, I would recommend that you work with the foundation to see if there are any scholarships that they could be eligible for. It's kind of hard for some international students, depending on their status, as to whether or not they can actually receive certain scholarships. Many of the scholarships have to require students filling out a FAFSA, and there are some international students that are eligible to complete a FAFSA. So I would say just kind of work with the foundation office to see if there's anything that they could possibly be eligible for money.
Thank you, Tracy, for that. And so within our next committee meeting, we'll have some work being done regarding those issues, Travis. Okay. College Senate, Colleen.
Hello, everybody. And I just want to say congratulations, Madam Chairwoman. I believe you are the first Madam Chairwoman in the history of SUNY Erie. Well done, ma'am, breaking glass ceilings.
Well, I don't think I'm the first.
No,
right.
we researched it. Number 3.
Number 3. Well, the
And
first.
I believe the first for SUNY Erie. The previous 2 were ECC. So
There you go.
There you go.
Third
I'm
time's
the
a
first
charm.
niece.
Yes, I love it. And I want to say, Trustee Phillips, I love that your buddies are popping in the background. My kids do it all the time. So nice to feel normal.
Carrie, tell him I said hi. You don't know this, but he waved to us.
He did. He did.
Great, I'll let them know, but that might encourage additional pop-ins.
And I would also like to congratulate Travis as our new student trustee, and well done with getting all the different positions filled for the presidents at the various campuses. I know that was an ongoing issue, and it was difficult for you guys to make sure that all the voices were heard appropriately. And I also want to reach out as College Senate Chair, the 3 presidents of SGA are voting members at the College Senate. Our next meeting is November 10th. And I did talk to a few previously, but I'm ready, willing, and able. If you have questions, your new presidents have questions, you want me to run them through kind of an orientation about what we do at the Senate and all of those things, just reach out, let me know. Dean Perry has my contact information, but it's also really easy. It's just quinn@ecc.edu. I don't have anything crazy going on with my email address, but that's all awesome news. So such a nice way to start the meeting today with all this happy news. So we met in October, and some of the things that we had discovered, and I had reported out to the college in general, but retention, as we've already discussed at this meeting, is our number 1 priority at the college. And it's an all hands on deck. And so I have helped or reached out to different faculty members, as has interim President Reuter, to start thinking outside the box and get things rolling so that we can get our students enrolled from this semester for spring semester, because as we all know, it's easier to keep them than it is to get new students. So myself, Chris Polinsky, Erica Hendra, and Jason Steinitz have crafted a letter with Phil Struble as well to send out to faculty so that we can all post it in our Blackboard courses and send it out via email and do a blast to students. So not only our advisees, but also the students that we have regular contact with within our classrooms to get them registered for the spring semester. It kind of breaks it down nicely as far as, what to find at different places. We got some screenshots with some arrows pointing to various things to help direct students, some very helpful links. And then one of my favorite parts about this letter is that it closes with, tell your friends and give them this number. We will get them enrolled and all this stuff. So it's nice. It's, let's grow our enrollment. So it's fantastic. And then, so some of the other things that we have seen, and I don't know if the board members have seen, but we have seen advertisements for recruiting from other community colleges within Erie County. GCC in particular has sent things via mail to some of our faculty members in Williamsville, and they're also advertising in the East Aurora Advertiser, as well as other places. So, as we've already discussed, chargebacks is an issue, and this is directly impacting what we have to pay for chargebacks. So I have been reaching out to faculty and staff that if they happen to see any of this encroachment, because it is a violation of our sponsorship, to let myself know, as well as interim President Reuter, so that we can address this appropriately to, try to stop this from impacting our enrollment. And then I'm just scanning down my notes here. Some of the other things, and Trustee Mazziello, you'll be seeing this come across the policy committee soon. Our CWCC, which is our college-wide curriculum committee, Chair Brian Millville presented a micro-credentialing policy. And so that was passed overwhelmingly by the College Senate. And so that will be coming to the board for the policy meeting. And then one of the other things, speaking of the board policy meeting, Trustee Mazziello has agreed that to grow its membership, to make sure that we have voices across the college represented at the table. And the College Senate is allowed to have 2 appointees. And I just got confirmation of both of the appointees that I would like, and I will email Kelly the information as well once the meeting is over. But I have appointed Carl Stokes. He's a full-time social science instructor at South Campus, and he focuses on human services. He oversees internship agreements and student placements for our human services certificate program, as well as Bill Falls, who is a full-time instructor for physics at North Campus, and he serves as a senator on the College Senate, but he is also the co-chair of our General Education Committee. So I feel that both of them have different strengths that they can bring and voices to the Board Policy Committee. So I'm looking forward to working with them and all the different things that they can contribute. As we also mentioned earlier in the meeting, or actually Katie Marshall mentioned with the SUNY Guided Pathways Institute, and Katie, fantastic job. And all the different things that she had pointed or touched on were part of what our Institute 2 focused on. We were focusing on transfer agreements and transfer data for our students as they transfer to 4-year. And then we were also looking at career placement once our students leave us and graduate. Katie was our point person for all of our career information and our data. And this new program with Career Coach and the different places that it's going to be put on our website for programs and for our students and for parents of our prospective students is going to be a big part of our SUNY Guided Pathways moving forward as we're working through this good work. We sent a team, in addition to our regular Pathways representatives that included Katie Marshall, but also counselors Mark Bazzone and Viola Quay, Dave Uzinski, who's our stats jack of all trades, city campus math instructor, and Kathy Colesto, who's on our architecture full-time at South Campus, who also has a very large depth and knowledge with career and transfer with the architecture program and some of the technologies. I'm just scooting through here. Among some of the other faculty initiatives, I know Interim President Reuter already mentioned this, but the 7-week courses that was, came up through faculty under the provost's guidance to develop courses that will help students that are struggling, not just in the 3 courses in particular, but it's more for, let's say, if I had a student struggling in my math course, and we could put them down into the 112 so that they can get that credit. So the 3 courses that we picked fulfill SUNY Guided Pathways courses, but they're also Gen Ed courses that will transfer everywhere and that they meet all of the different degree requirements for our students. So that's why we picked those 3 courses. And other courses come moving forward as we go into the spring semester that could also fulfill these Gen Ed requirements for our students. And I think that's really about all I have for you today. Tracy Archie and Tracy Cleveland did a fantastic racial equity impact analysis training earlier this month, and I attended it. It was wonderful. And as Tracy had mentioned, she's going to be looking at getting future coaches off of that training. So I know several people that attended are looking forward to that. And we're going to have another one coming up at mid-November or actually I think it's next week. I think it's next Friday, the 6th of November with gender equality and different issues that impact those students and even faculty and staff at our college. So that's all I have. Our next meeting is November 10th, and Chair Madam Wilson, if you would like to address the College Senate. Oh, there go my dogs. I'm sorry. If you would like to address the College Senate, as has happened, with previous chair persons, you are welcome to. I'll send you an email as well with the copy of that letter that our faculty worked on, so that you have that, and you can just let me know. Thanks, everybody.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I would love to join. I actually watched the live YouTube last week. That was part of my initiation. So I normally get little bits and pieces, but I tuned in the entire time, and it was a great meeting. So thank you, Colleen.
Thank you.
I want to follow up on 3 items that Colleen mentioned, one that just jogged my memory. But micro-credentials, it's interesting that Colleen mentioned, because that was part of my discussion with Dottie Gallagher yesterday about companies are looking for not necessarily the full degree, not necessarily for the full certificate, but those micro-credentials. So I'll send Dottie the policy that was approved just to keep the discussions going forward. Colleen also mentioned other colleges getting into our county. I did actually have a one-on-one discussion with Niagara County Community College president, as well as part of my Western New York Community College president's call yesterday. I brought it up. They're not going to stop, but at least I made them aware that we don't really appreciate it. But Colleen is right. She sent me a open house for GCC that one of her faculty members got in Williamsville. And then the third thing that jogged my memory, she mentioned a faculty member, and I just saw this faculty member on a video yesterday. So I'm going to ask Bob to show it real quickly. It'll take maybe a minute.
I'm Andy Sacco. I'm president of the Faculty Federation of Erie Community College, and I represent the education professionals that are here to help you explore and reach your goals.
Whether you are a recent high school graduate or an adult learner, our goal is your success.
We understand students need flexibility with convenient locations and on-campus and online classes.
We understand students want a quality education at an affordable price.
We use the latest teaching methods and technologies for effective learning.
Our programs include labs, internships, and clinicals.
At ECC, learning and campus culture are vibrant as much as vital.
So, whether you hope to earn a certificate or a degree to enter the workforce or seek to transfer to another college, start here.
We are the Faculty Federation of Erie Community College, helping you go anywhere. Visit us at ecc.edu.
Again, you mentioned Carl Stokes, and that I said, oh, geez, we should show that. I forwarded it to the chairwoman yesterday, but it's just another example that we're engaging the college and everybody is rowing in the same direction. I think maybe in the past we weren't all rowing in the same direction. So I applaud the faculty, the administrative CSA asked me, everyone is interested in getting this college back to where it belongs. And you saw glimpses of dedicated faculty, of Verlaine Quinney, a counselor, you saw the librarian, and everyone's moving in the right direction. And thanks, Colleen.
No problem. And I want to point out that the voice is uncredited, but it's Adrian Rannick, who's in the math department, who was also helping us spearhead the 7 weeks project complete. So, but he'll be embarrassed that I said it, but he deserves some recognition too. It's a great video.
I think Michael Delaney was directing it too.
He did. We keep pulling him out of retirement for different things. He really doesn't want to let go.
We certainly have great talent in-house. So I am glad people are using their additional skills to help us do things like that. When I saw the video, I said, where is it? I would love to have it out there and showing or what have you. So tell me where it is. I will share. Yeah, that was great. So thank you, Colleen. Is there any old business? Nope. Hearing none, moving to new business. Okay. Sorry.
I just wanted to say thank you to all of those who helped plan and organize the Board of Trustees retreat on the 23rd of October. Really helpful. We heard from a SUNY representative who spoke to us for about an hour on the overall funding arrangements in the state for community. really, really helpful information. And then we spent, as Bill said, 7 or 8 hours together. And there was a lot that went into that. So Kelly, Gail, everyone, Bill, thank you for making a really, really helpful and productive day for the trustees.
Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Jeff, for that. Okay, as requested, we are going to move into executive session right after a 5-minute break. So can I have a motion to move? Yep, thank you. All right, well, thank you everyone for attending this first half, and we may or may not see you once we can reconvene.
Lovely to see everybody. Take care.
Thanks, Colleen.
Kelly.
Bob, can you turn us off for this break? Or do, like, officially or no?
You could mute. We're all set.
Okay.
So I'd like to report that during executive session, the Executive Committee of the Presidential Search Committee recommended that the SUNY Erie Board of Trustees interview 3 finalists for the Presidential Search Committee search firm. And they are RPA, RH Perry, and AGB search firm. And we're requesting that these interviews be happen quickly so that we can move forward. We also discussed legal matters before the college, and no official action was taken other than the recommendation of the presidential search firms.
Thank you. So with that being said, I would like to just mention that the next meeting is scheduled for November 19th, 2020. Same time, same channel. And may I have a motion to adjourn this meeting?
So moved.
Wait. Bob Germoni, who's been doing this for a while, suggested that the board needs to make a motion to come out of executive
session. Okay.
To adjourn.
Okay.
Thanks, Bob. You're going to be sitting at this table soon, Bob.
Yeah. Thanks, Bob.
Actually, I had that on my list, so you're right. I would like a motion
to come out of executive session.
A second.
All in
favor?
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Perfect. Can we just keep Kate's report, or does she have to repeat it?
No, I think we're fine.
We're good? Okay.
And we make a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
At first, yeah, so moved.
Second.
All in favor? Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay. Have a great rest of your day.
Bye, everyone.
Hey, everybody.
Thank you.
Bye.
Right.
Take care.
Bye-bye.